Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. I see, Katie, you're having quite a fun time here with the emotes. And of course, we have Q and Nexus. Good to see you guys. It's going to be a nice, quiet day for us today. We're going to go straight into it with the texture work because, let me tell you, I hate texture work. I really have just been dreading coming back to this forever now, but it's got to get done. So that's what we'll be chipping at least for the first part of the day. How are you and Bronx doing? We're doing good. Bronx is actually a little bit antsy right now because Mom is due to be home any time now. Can't seem to get our schedules to be coordinated.
Someone's salty.
A little. I'm a little salty about it, yeah. Mom has always had an amazing timing, being that she's always going to show up at the one moment that is most inconvenient. So I've been waiting, I've been staring at the live button for a little bit here, and I finally hit it, and I knew I'm gonna just have to accept this contractual agreement that the moment that I hit the live button, within the first 30 minutes of going live, she's going to walk in that front door, and I'm gonna have to stop everything and come sit down and have a talk with her and be like, how was work? How was your day? What happened? But until then, we will do what we can. Also, hello, Ninji. So I'll be honest, I don't remember where I left off aside from being very frustrated over these ribbons, because this is the first of many that we have to do on Smoon. I just really was not enjoying how they were looking. I was trying to mostly just color block and get the general feel for them out of the way. I know this one's a bit too dark in my opinion, but aside from that, I think we left off at a decent spot. So what we can do here, let's get back into texture paint mode. Actually, no. Let's hide our ribbons and bells. We don't need those. Now we can go in our texture paint.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Katie. Parents just had that internal clock for the perfect opportunity to interrupt their kids when they're in the middle of something. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Thankfully, I'm able to get revenge on her because apparently I have a supernatural ability to always walk in at the very end of whatever TV show she's watching. Which I don't do on purpose. But I suppose that's a way of balancing it out. And I don't remember the brush settings that I had on this originally. I've fucked around with them a bit since we did Doughy. So let's see if we can just kind of go in and lighten some of this up a little bit. This is where something like Substance Painter would really make a difference. And for my family, it's me coming downstairs to grab food when they've just cleaned the kitchen. Oh. Dude, there's nothing worse than having to put a dirty bowl in the sink after someone has just finished cleaning dishes. I always feel so bad anytime I've ever had to do that. Well, Bronca girl, what you doing? Big stretch? Good girl. Bronx is kind of my alarm for whenever Mom does get home, because she can hear it before I can. So she'll perk up usually. Today's her first day with no meds. She still gets her probiotic, but hopefully that will be running its course and finished up soon. Thinking we can move this whole section over some. Feel bad if it wasn't for the fact that they complain about me making a mess when I'm planning to just grab a bag of crisps, but they tell me, oh, have this thing that will make a mess if you have it. Yeah. It's so hard living with other people. I wish that it were actually a possibility to live not necessarily alone, but like, I don't know, there's gotta be something better than this. I lived alone for 15 years before I had Rin move over here. See, I like the concept of living alone. But in actuality, it still sucks to kind of not really have anyone to help out with things. Maybe that's just because I'm not really fully able-bodied, but it's also just kind of an adjustment period, too. I'm not someone who likes to go out and do things a whole lot. I used to, but it's just sort of, I don't know. After COVID happened, I realized that a lot of my stress just comes from other people. I don't like being in environments with other people where I am not able to control my surroundings and preserve my own well-being. And that could also just be a location thing. The area that I live is not the nicest. I mean, if you're an old, like beyond middle-aged Republican, this place is probably paradise. But I don't know. I don't think I really belong to that crowd. We're both neurospicy and always exhausted, so it's down to whoever feels like not doing it less. They get used to being in the same home as someone again, especially with these two fuzzy goobers, since I'm their caretaker pretty much all day. I will say cats are definitely easier company than dogs a lot of the time. Not always. It does depend on the cat. But for the most part, a cat is usually good to be left alone for a while. Dogs, unfortunately, tend to get, like, a lot of anxiety issues. Bronx is okay for the most part. She does have separation anxiety, but as long as one of us is home, she's okay. She does prefer both of us to be home, though. She got really used to being a homebody after COVID. Angus is a needy dingus. Love him, but he's constantly wanting something. Yeah, some cats just are like that, but some breeds are particularly like that. When they described the Oriental Shorthair as being a Velcro cat, I was vastly unprepared for just how much those cats really need to have a human at all given times. Hello, Taku. How's it going today? And Dix, hello! It's our sunny lad. It's been a while since I've worked on him, but I'm hoping that I can just kind of zone myself into it today and really take a chunk out of this texture. Because this has been the roadblock for Smoon. I honestly should have just modeled these on. Why did I do that one like that? Oh, because they have this weird transition. Things are going well. That's good to hear. Working on the Step On Up Monty. Pain. I feel that so hard. Got a large bat trying to get into the Minecraft base that I'm making, and if it ain't gonna pay rent, then it can fuck off. Everybody's going back through their Minecraft resurgence again. I'm gonna try blurring this out a little bit here so we can finally get this to start looking a little bit more uniform. I awaken. Hello, foe. Ugh, the one bad thing right now is it's extra hot today. At least in comparison to the way the weather has been. So it's not that it's hot out, it's just that it's not as cool as it's been. And my body's like, no, this is unacceptable. Make the temperature exactly 73 degrees. No more, no less. And until you do, I shall die. No exceptions. I'm gonna step on the gator if it keeps fighting me. Just tape Monty's mouth shut like the gators on Crocodile Hunter. Bad gators get the no-no muzzle. So what I'm doing here is I'm blurring out all these like sketchy line work lines, just enough so that when I take this back over into Psy, I can clean it up a little easier. I do wish that the blur tool worked a little better in Blender. Although now I'm second guessing myself. Okay, no, I don't actually like that. Blender, why you gotta be so mean to me? Luke's working on Bonnie for like the last 2 days now. Oh no! Speaking of Minecraft Resurgence, I'm actually trying to plan a Minecraft game series. That's why the maintenance staff... Oh, that's what the maintenance staff do when fixing up Monty. He is a fighter. Oh, Bronca. Hi, baby. What's wrong? Are you bored? Yeah. Don't dig a hole in my bed, please. Give her kiss. Miss Monk, I was told by chat to give you kisses. Mwah! 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 Good girl. Oh, you know what? She might have gotten distracted because she saw the rabbit out the window. I'm gonna blend this again, but only in specific patches, I think. Then we'll move back over to Psy and see what we can clean up. If I end up just really not feeling like this texture's working out for me today, we might switch over and do some more modeling on something else. I actually did start picking at my Fizzarali model again earlier today. That one's one that I've really just kind of not touched for a while. I gotta be careful when I'm doing Hasbin and Helava characters because their specific designs are so easy to fuck up. Translating them to 3D is no easy task. Blender. Can I have my pen back? Thank you. I may end up having to go grab another soda today because this headache's just been hanging around all week. I usually limit myself to just one coffee a day. That's usually enough to stave it off. We only have, what, one more week until October? A little over that. One more stream week, I should say. I'm excited for that. I was thinking about trying to do like some community movie nights and stuff for Halloween. Not fully sure how we would go about orchestrating that. My Minecraft base just looks like a big pointy rock right now. Nightmare Before Christmas! That is a good one, but is that a Christmas or a Halloween movie? Seems to vary depending on who I ask. To me, I always saw that one as more of a Christmas movie. Capped out on vacay days, so I'm taking September 30th through October 8th off. A little treat to myself for surviving 19 years at this company. Good! You have certainly earned it. You've earned more than that, in my opinion. It's already looking better. It's technically a Halloween movie if you look at the release dates. Hold on, I feel like the music's a bit loud today. There we go. It's technically a Halloween movie if you look at the release dates, but in a title, it's seen as a Christmas movie. Huh. Gotta figure out how to get how one gets in and out of the pointy rock base. All right. Let's go take this. There's a couple of weird splotchy spots I'm trying to fix. I can get in and out just fine, but when I build, it's always been more about how do those who've just shown up get in? I see. I'm gonna go grab some noms real quick. Good. Feed yourself. I had a good meal today right before we started streaming. A tuna sub. It's been a long time since I've had one of those, and they were very good. All right, that's probably as good as that's gonna get. Not in love with it, but I suppose it's something. I do want to soften some of these darker edges a little bit. One of the first bases I remember building in Minecraft on a shared server. I had found a large crater on top of a mountain, like a volcano. And right in the middle of it, I built a giant Freddy head from FNAF. And you had to go into his mouth and climb down a tunnel, and that led you into the base, into the crater. Exactly. Thank you, Q. It's funny, too, because out of everything on the map, you would just, like, be wandering out in the middle of nowhere, and then all of a sudden you'd come across this large mountain on the map. And what very obviously was a gigantic Freddy Fazbear head. Just randomly sitting on top of this mountain. He was quite the totem. Last time I had played Minecraft, I had started to make the Playco factory. Oh wait, that's right, we did that on stream. I have a feeling that server's long gone now. If you want, Frag, I can invite you to the Minecraft game series when it's ready to go. I would say yes, but I have such a hard time allowing myself to play Minecraft. Like, I'll allot a week for myself to play. Oh, what? Already? Where?
Anaki1 has raided the channel with 11 eggs.
Welcome, Anaki. Thank you very much for the raid. Let's get you a shout out. I'm gonna have to fix whatever's going on here. Because usually my raid alerts would tell me what you were playing or what you were doing, if you were doing art or a game or something like that. But suppose now I'll just have to ask you directly. But yeah, how'd your stream go? What were you doing? Uh-oh, we've got a panicked egg. Hush, hush, child. It's okay, Dex. It's all right. Let me rock you gently. There you go. Let's gather up the rest of these eggs that went flying. Game series is all set up. I literally just need people to do it with. I'll be a soft maybe then. But yeah, welcome everybody. I'm a variety streamer. I do artwork and gaming. We do drawing on Tuesdays and 3D modeling on Thursdays. We do random games on Wednesdays, or more art depending on if my friends are available and would like to do art with me. Today we're doing texture work on my sun and moon model. Trying to get these ribbons wrapped up, for lack of better pun. It's playing Farewell North, a charming game where you play a border collie and explore Orkney in Scotland to comfort your owner. It is reminding them of their mother. Aww! That sounds so sad and cute and beautiful. And emotionally charged. I'm gonna say you're the second or third person now who's rated after playing that game. It must be getting pretty popular. It is. There's a humble bundle with it right now. Oh, shoot. I'll have to go look into that. Thank you for letting us know. I'm going to save a copy of this texture currently. And we can compare it to our previous one, but before we do, I kind of want to try and draw out a mock-up for the ribbons on the waistline. And part of my problem here is I never draw Smoon consistently. I do want our top and bottom ribbons to kind of just be solid all the way around. Oh no. Why did that put that on the other ribbon there? Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and hide those. Gotta re-rig those a little bit anyway. Almost dropped my food and coffee because Angie Balaghini dashed in front of me and I just stopped like inches away. Aw. The one, the only, the amazing FragRaptor. Alu Hose, anyone? Interstellar Desk Plant, you are living up to your name as Interstellar with that alien language there. But welcome, welcome. And I'm sorry, Ninji, all I could think of when you were describing that was that one Vine from forever ago of the guy who's like, "Stop! You almost made me drop my croissant."
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Aniki. It's a good reminder. I'm gonna have to get back into
If
the
you
mindset
become
of that.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate. See, we spent all day yesterday drawing on Magma, which you don't have to save on Magma. It saves automatically because it's a live drawing board that you can share with multiple people. But now I'm back to just me, which means any forgetfulness to save is purely on my own shoulders. Oops. Let's try not to make them too thin. It would be boring to write stuff others can actually understand. The hardest part is trying to fake these in a way that looks like they're actually wrapped around. Because you might have one that leads into another that can't possibly do that. Just end up with a Mobius strip of ribbons. The fun of it, it doesn't have to make sense. You say that. You say that, and I want to believe you. I want to believe that people aren't as nasty as they are when it comes to overly critiquing every little thing. But I know better. Now, whether or not that critique is valid is a totally different thing. And whether or not that critique needs to be listened to, regardless of its validity, is also a totally different thing. And it's important to know that. Wait! Hello, Void!
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save. We did actually just save. But it's always good to have that reminder. Maybe I should look at our UV map instead. No, that's just as convoluted. Ah, posture check. Thank you so much, Katie. I'm not shrimping just yet, but I'm getting there. Thinking this one can actually just tuck away under there. I don't like this. What can we do about that? I really don't like this kind of double tuck in here either. Speak to me, Smoon. What are we doing here? Can you please?
Oh, this is beautiful.
Hey, bitch!
I'd like to get this out of the... There we go. And thank you, Dex. Did you ask them to speak? Sort of. I'm kind of just waiting for some input from the model itself to let me know what's working, what's not, what needs to change, what needs to go where. Let's try and bring that wrap a little lower on this side, maybe. That's not too bad. Not... Oh, why are we down here? Well, hello? What? Okay. We gave a little scooch, but that's fine. Oh crap, this had a gradient on it before too. Well, that'll be a pain in the ass. I'm losing my mind right now. I love working on models, is fun. I'm right there with you, Dex. Figured out how to get into the Pointy Rock base. The only question is, how do I get into what's going on top of said Pointy Rock? When in doubt, water elevator time. Oh, wow.
Main character Squishy can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, main character. Also, I just realized that that last raid finally earned us a maggot into Popple's head. Happy Halloween. Oh. Big stretch, Bronx. Good girl. You looking at the rabbit out the window? Good girl. This might be it. It's simple, but it works. Let's push this edge up just a little higher. And it looks like our first ads of the day are about to play. And to those who are new, they will play for 3 minutes once every hour. That way we can have the whole hour uninterrupted. I don't know why that color turned so gray. We're fighting the optical illusion of how it looks at different angles here. Oh no, does that spot cross over directly on the seam? It does. That's going to be so fun to deal with later. Have fun with that, future frag. Future frag's going to be like, wow, thanks, past frag, in a really sarcastic way. Oh yeah, be there to clip it, because I guarantee it'll happen. Lizard, lizard, lizard. Yeah, the angle's looking pretty funky on some of this here, but it is what it is. Maybe make sure future frag has a little treat too as an apology. That is a very good idea. That would be the healthy thing to do. We can try and make it not so hard on future frag by making this part as seamless as possible in this beginning stage. Love that meme far too much. Me too. It's like one of my favorite memes to come out of this year. What are these ads? Uh-oh. I think it looks good. Thank you. That's very reassuring, because I have a hard time judging what looks good and what doesn't when I'm staring at it for too long. Fellow dragon? Sadly, no, I'm a sea beast. Ah, just the dragon of the sea. It's like chicken versus tuna. All right. Now, before we dive into even more, let's... Hold on. Why is there... Hello? Oh, you know what? That's... Okay. Never mind. We have our last ribbons down here to do. We do want to turn on our mirroring again. I'm hoping that we can just do a Z-shaped ribbon to get this one over with and not think about it. Are there any actual humans in your chat/community? I have no idea. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever stopped to ask. Let's continue this all the way around. Fake it till you make it. Being human is overrated. Very true. Have you seen their overpopulation? Someone should really do something about that. Most generic race. Why would you want to be human when you can be a dino or other imagined creation? Shall commence chomp! According to my roommate, I'm less of a person and more of an anomaly, which actually made me feel good, weirdly. Sometimes you just got to identify as a concept. It's funny because I hate being human avatars in VRChat. It's like instant body dysphoria. One of my most comforting avatars that I have that I like to wear was by, shoot, their name evades me. If Spooko were here, they'd be able to help me out. Hold on, let me find them. Squib. Hold on, let me get their information. They also go by Fungus Factory. Where is your social? Well, they don't have it listed, but they do have their Jinxie listed. I'd have to go hunting down the other one, and I'm afraid I just don't really want to focus on it too much. But that is Squib, aka Fungus Factory. They are another modeler. They make some really awesome stuff. They've actually made some models for Creatures of Sonaria characters. But they have one model that's not listed on their shop there. It's just one that they have as a free public avatar. And I don't know what I would describe it as other than, you know that virus? Like here, I'll draw it over here in our spare area. But like, they reference it in Steven Universe where it's like the big cube thing. Dodecahedron or some crazy shit. And they have like the big spindle legs like that. Whatever those are. It's kind of like one of those. Weh.
Did you remember to save
Oh god.
all of your files?
If you
Hello,
become
Snake.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
We got a boomer!
Bet I can smash that.
Oh, this is
Is
beautiful.
Thank you for the love bomb, Snake. How's it going? Hold on, before your love bomb, we were talking about avatars up there. Love this creator. Yeah, they've got amazing stuff. I've really enjoyed their style. Their body types aren't necessarily like the kind of body type that I aim for, but that's also because the type of body type that I feel more comfortable with is like Daddy Longlegs the human. But I very much respect the fact that they do a much more thick style of body. I think they're one of the only people who does make avatars like that, and I really, really appreciate that being kind of their niche. There's a Sinistro Corp member that's a sentient virus that looks like that. Ooh. Yeah, the avatar that Boko. I'm sorry, my cat is standing between me and the computer. I don't know what he wants, but he's making it very difficult to do anything. Boglebees, can you please move? Thank you, buddy. A little further, maybe. Put you on the floor. Okay. The avatar that they have looks... Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. I can just pull up the avatar itself. I forgot that VRChat lets you do that now. I do hate VRChat's new avatar organization system, though. It is so fucking hard to find the avatars that I'm used to wearing. Here we go. I don't know if this link will work or not, but we're going to find out. You may need to have a VRChat account to see it. But that is the avatar that I like wearing a lot. If I just feel like identifying more like a concept. It's one of my favorite ones. It's so simple, too. I don't know if it's actually from something or just an original character or what, but I really appreciate that Squib made it. No, did they just go by Fungus now? I can never keep up with people. To be honest, not doing good. Last night I finally cracked and cried due to the weight on my shoulders and the fact I haven't cried when one of my aunties passed, so I'm not doing so good. Aw. Hugs for you, Snake. And I know that you say that, you know, you cracked, but that's... You know that that's supposed to be how you're supposed to respond, right? Like, crying is the response for when someone that you care about passes. No one should be expecting you to be not doing that. You need to feel your feelings. And it is very important to grieve however you need to. I learned that one the hard way myself. It took me over 4 years to get over the loss of a pet. And I hate to say that as though comparing that to the loss of a human relative. Unfortunately, though, for some of us, our pets are kind of the only family that we get. But I don't want that to sound like it's diminishing in any way. That cat meant the fucking world to me. Yes, but I don't normally cry when that happens because I'm always having to put on a mask and hide my feelings. Stop it! No! I'm taking that mask away from you. Everyone leave your masks in the box by the door like cell phones in fucking high school. No masks are allowed here. It is a mask-free zone. If you have feelings, you fucking feel them. Mask is not worth it, my friend. I should know. Well, we all know. We've all had to learn. That's why there's no masks allowed here. You are invited here as you are. You don't have to be someone else. You don't have to put on a front. You don't have to be strong. You can be whoever you are, and you are accepted for that. I do not want you to be anyone other than yourself. I don't want COVID. Okay, now that's the only mask we will allow. We encourage that kind. Teachers at my school wouldn't be able to take my electronics no matter how hard they tried. I just didn't give them up, to be honest. It's hard to lay my shoulders down. It is. It is very hard. But that's why it's important to practice. And this is a space where if you're here, I want you to practice. It's very hard to unlearn. Fortunately, mine's still kind of fused to my skin. That's okay, Void. If you can't take the mask off, we understand. But you are still welcome, with or without it. No matter what the situation is. It's just important that I say, you are here and you are wanted as you are for who you are, not for who you have the potential to be, not for who we would rather you be. You are loved for you. Probably going to be chipping that away for the rest of my life. That's all right. We are here to help support you while you do. Hides and Frank's feathers. Lord knows there's enough of them. All right. I like where we've marked these. Let's go ahead and save again. And we're going to start picking out where we want to put some contrast for shading and whatnot. Figure we might as well do this before we head on over into Psy. Legit only got 3 hours of sleep and then probably a 2-hour nap. Oh. You definitely need to get some sleep tonight then. It is the most important part to your recovery is taking care of yourself physically. We start small. We start with sleep. And that can be hard too. But just as the song here is playing, I know we're gonna make it all right. Got suspended from school once because a teacher tried to take my DS off of me because I was playing it in the hallway while waiting for the end of lunch. Wasn't even one of the teachers that taught me. And because I wasn't going to hand it over, I pushed them off of me and into a wall. Man, I swear some teachers really do just use teaching as an excuse for, like, their own insecurities. Some teachers are just bullies that never outgrew being bullies. They used to get on my ass a lot about wearing a hat all the time. I liked to wear this, like... Ironically, it's the same kind of hat that Locke wears now. Like a flat cap, I guess is the proper name. But I used to wear it all the time because it was something I had only really seen, like, old men or, like, British dudes, Irish dudes, people over in the UK. But it was like a neutral mask kind of thing. Masculine, not, like, mask. I don't know, there was something about it I just fell in love with. I liked it. It felt very identity. And the teachers would get on my ass so much. It made me so angry. I wasn't hurting anybody. It was wearing a hat, for fuck's sake. At that, like, the control over our outfits and what we were allowed to wear felt so over the top all the time. Got yelled at for my Bandit Keith Halloween costume because I wasn't allowed to have anything on my head in the building. That's so stupid! Like, this is why I have such a firm stance that I am unwilling to change on censorship. Because the moment you allow the slightest little bit of wiggle room is when people start pulling shit like this. Like, it's not hurting anyone. You don't get affected by what I am wearing. And if it's distracting you, well, then that's a you problem. Don't tell me that wearing a hat is disrespectful. A normal-ass hat. Normal ass hat? I don't think those are normal. I don't know. There's enough people who are trying to control other people who look like they should be wearing an ass hat. I think that's why it makes me so mad, is because they act like it's for the benefit of everyone, when it's not. The same people who are demanding the censorship over what people are allowed to wear and, you know, now what people are allowed to spend their money on and things like that. It's not about the thing that they're spending the money on. It's not about what they're wearing. It's about wanting to have control over other people. Something that you have done has made them uncomfortable. And because they're not willing, like I always say, to sit down and have a conversation about why it makes them uncomfortable and confront those fears and discomforts, they're going to make it everybody else's problem. And they're going to make us have to be the ones that have to deal with it because they want to control it instead of just fucking dealing with their fears. Like, I'm sorry, man, that you have such a suppressed sexuality that me wearing a hat that seems vaguely masculine and also happening to have tits is that much of a threat to your safe place in your mind that you've made over what sex and gender is. But I'm going to be honest, I think that's a you problem. You should be able to get through your daily life without having to be burdened by those thoughts. If you can't, you need help. Or that you're a waste of space because you're not tucking your shirt in. Like, I'm so sorry that the shirt causes sensory issues. Yeah! Like, it's not even always just about... It's not even just about clothing. Because as soon as you say, for example, oh, I don't like having boys in my school because boys are gross. Okay. Well, you can make that argument for literally anything. Human beings, any living creature's gross. That's just kind of life. But you're going to make that argument because you have an issue and you're not willing to confront it with yourself. Nah. When I was in high school, this one teacher would go around pulling hoods off people's heads while they're in class, and when he did it to me, he actually pulled my hair because I had it up and I had my head down and my hood on because I was so tired and I just wanted to keep my eyes out of the light because my eyes were hurting. Legit said, don't fucking touch me, and then he got offended. Yeah, no, fuck that. No adult should be handling a teenager or a child like that to begin with. Don't lay your fucking hands on people. All living beings are gross except moss. No, I'm gross too. Everyone's gross. We're all disgusting creatures. I make mucus in my nose just like you do. I also poop. This is part of life. We have to accept these things. We have to understand and accept that these are part of things. We can't just keep glorifying it, being like, oh yes, the ethereal person. Beautiful. Your farts smell like lavender and your armpits sprout flowers instead of hair. We have to embrace ugly. We have to embrace gross. We have to accept that that's a reality. Otherwise, we're just going to keep being uncomfortable with it. The sooner we make peace with it, the sooner it is easier to live with and to be with and to be able to fall in love with the other aspects. Wore a top hat through high school. They couldn't do anything because it's part of my culture. Hey, that's a good one. Literally got called a waste of space because I didn't have my shirt tucked in and that my top button wasn't done. What the fuck, man? These people are so obsessed with the idea of a quote-unquote perfect society, where everyone conforms and falls in line with what they've deemed to be acceptable. That's why they're so threatened by this stuff. The moment someone throws out a shred of individuality is the moment that their fucking perfect utopia falls into shambles. Because it's not real. It never was. Humans are gross and ugly and sloppy and messy, and that's just kind of a part of what we are, and that's okay. That's how we were meant to be. We should be that way. It's honestly part of why I've been so adamant about my art and everything. Now, don't get me wrong. I love when people have beautiful, beautiful art and character designs and things like that. I absolutely adore it. But I am not an artist who really likes to glorify things. I've always told myself that my art tries to contain the art of ugly. Because this is not a conventionally attractive face. I mean, he's lopsided, he's wide-eyed, like his eyes are literally on opposite sides of his fucking head. He's got this huge schnoz. Half of his face is just mouth. We've got literal crater face going on. And I love that. I love that about him. I love that he's wonky. I love that he's ugly. If anything, I think he could be uglier. And that to me is what makes it attractive. That's what makes this beautiful, because it's not this cookie cutter, perfect, ideal, ethereal image of something beautiful. I love beautiful. Beautiful's beautiful. But I also really love ugly. And I think that ugly has been cast out as a bad word for too long. I think that we need to redeem it and make it more of a lovable thing. I could maybe find a better word for it than ugly, because I don't feel like it's fair to say it's ugly, but that's just what it's considered when put up against conventional beauty standards. And we can take it a step further, actually. If we take an actual picture of Sun's actual canon model, the one that we jokingly call biblically accurate because of how ugly it is, that's top tier ugly. That's my favorite kind of ugly. It is unabashedly trying to be just what it was meant to be, with no sugarcoating, no glitter, no anything. All it is just ugly. It exists. This is what it is. It is not intended to be beautiful. Beauty was not considered in the creation of this thing, and it shouldn't be, because we should be able to see beauty in everything. The convention is the problem. Utopia. Due to him doing, I got that. I don't fucking touch me feeling whenever I'm out in public, unless I know people. That's just a
If you
big
become
feeling with people, to be
lightheaded from
honest.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. I hate anything around my neck, but my aspect characters have high collars. Wabi-sabi-ish. Being perfect is not natural. Correct. If he was more Madrigas style, he's based on, he would be very ugly. What is Madrigas? Not conventionally attractive. I mean, Sun's got glitter glue. That's true. He does have glitter glue. Never been to a convention. Ooh, conventions are fun. Oh, Mardi Gras. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm not sure what this song is. It's a bit... feels a bit more like something that would play during Arcane. Marty's nuts. Did I not do any shading on this middle one at all? Ah, okay. Pull this further out this way. Oh, wait, no, that's not good. I guess we don't need to. Oh, wow. Thank you for the posture check. Me in secondary school can't have the top button of my school shirt done up because of it causing a choking feeling around my neck. Oh, man. I hated shirts like that. Compared to me now, fuck yeah, chokers. No, that's very different, though. One's a voluntary choking. All right, we're gonna have to hide the tutu. I'm gonna do a light, very, very light shadow along the underside of that bottom ribbon. And I'm not gonna bother putting another ribbon down here because this gets covered by the tutu. Hate feeling restricted in my clothing. I actually wear shirts a size or two bigger than would fit my frame. Me too! Dude, I hate... Okay, so I've got a tall, skinny body type. And one thing that they like to aggressively push on AFAB people who are tall and skinny is baby doll cut shirts. I have hated baby doll shirts my entire life. I hope that whoever invented them gets dragged out into the middle of the street and shot. Because who the fuck ever approved that concept? Here, we've specially designed this t-shirt so that not only are you cursed to have permanent pit stains no matter what, because the fabric is deliberately designed to nestle in the crux of your fucking armpit, but also, we're just gonna make it tight in every other region of the shirt. Why? Well, because boobs. Fuck you and your boobs. Greg, I'm not even fucking joking. When I was inside the hallway going out to the bus, as it was the end of the day for my school because we got out at 2:20 p.m. in the afternoon, someone had so bad BO, I legit said, take a fucking shower out loud because it stunk that fucking bad. I smelled it and bet other people did as well. Yeah, high school's rough for that one. But I will say, I can't really have a strong opinion of it because I know that stage of hygiene and learning about your body and everything is so rough. Insanely rough. They're trying. They're just little humans trying to figure everything out. And so were you. Now, I do start to have a problem when it's someone like that in a large public area that is definitely old enough to know better. If it's a medical condition, I get it. But man, unfortunately, a lot of the time it's not. Furry conventions are kind of the worst for that. I'm not kidding when I say that I've worn chokers so much that now I feel naked when I'm not wearing them. Gotta have give in the seat and crotch in the pants too, yes. Anything smaller makes me feel like it's squeezing in certain areas and also in other areas. Yeah, your clothes shouldn't be constrictive. They should be comfortable. It's bad enough we have to wear them in the first place. Wee! Right, let's try and blend some of this. Hated showers when I was a teen, but now I can't go more than 24 hours without them. I loathe feeling gross. Clothes are for squares. Died of a long-term illness, apparently. Serves him right. Okay, jokes aside, I'm very sorry to hear that, actually. I do not think that they actually deserved to suffer because of the decision to create a specific type of clothing that I'm uncomfortable with. I feel like I should clarify that completely. Gonna go BRB real quick, and I'm gonna go in my room. All right, Sneak. Enjoy your adventure. I may step away for just a moment myself, because I think Mom may have just finally come home. I don't want to blur this out first and get to a moderately okay stopping point. It's funny because painting a model in Blender is not far off from painting a model physically. Mostly say that in the sense of like, for doing contour painting like this, normally I would tape off sections to make these lines very crisp and much easier. But I don't really know how to do that digitally. Which is why I'm just winging it. Doing it this weird way. That's one of the best things to learn with art. Or honestly, anything. The way that you can immediately shut down the I can't do that mentality is to say, what if I did though? I don't know the right way to do that. Well, let's find out the wrong way. What's the worst that could happen? Fuck it up? Okay, well, you either fuck it up or you don't do it at all. One way you learned something, the other way you just didn't do anything. Fuck it up. Because when it comes to this stuff, you can always start over. You have your original files. Oh, fuck. Twitch, I'm going to eat you. Okay. I think we're reconnected. I hope we're not going to be fighting this again all day today. I don't know what the last thing y'all heard me say was, so we'll just continue on from there. Is Twitch particularly edible? I don't think so, but I would suffer through it just out of spite. Also, hi, Cat. That being said, give me just a minute here. I do believe Mom just got home, so I do need to step out for a second and go make sure that she's doing okay, make sure she doesn't need anything, and I will be right back. Okay. I am back. Mom's good. She's very tired, so she's going to be relaxed for the rest of the evening, and that is fantastic, so I don't have to stress or worry about anything that she's getting into. Bless you, Ninji. Welcome back. Thank you. Frank, did you see what I said? I saw that you said you'd be lurking. Which I appreciate, and thank you very much for. I'm going to try and push this shadow a little further over, just so it's not as overpowering. Unfortunately, a lot of this part is just back and forthing. Gonna go eepy for a bit. Alrighty, Sneak. Please enjoy your sleep. Get as much rest as you need. You deserve that. Alright, I got a good basis going here for our shadows. Let's pull in some highlights. I wish I could get the UVs to... You know what? Hold on. Smoon, I require your cooperation. We need these to not be so, like, in our face. Can we handle that? Probably not. There we go. Okay, so it has retained some of the gradient. Hey Frag, Bug Snacks, Control, Portal 2, or Stardew? Oh. I'm gonna go with Bug Snacks, because that's the one that's eluded me all this time. I will play it eventually. It's just got such a cute art style. Bunger! Bunger must be protected at all costs. Gotta eat the bunger. Bunger must be protected unless being eaten, which is Bunger's dutiful purpose. It's what Bunger would have wanted.
Did you remember to save
Ooh.
all of your files?
Good reminder. Thank you, Cat. Dispatch the Bunger painlessly before consumption. Actually just got a drawing idea, so I'm gonna do that whilst I'm motivated to draw. Fuck yeah, Q! That's the kind of inspiration I like to see. Like, I hope you guys realize that is genuine excitement from me when you say that you guys are making things. I want you to make things, and when you do, I want you to show them to me so that I can praise you and marvel at the greatness that you've created. Hell yeah, we love making things! Yes! I've been drawing shitposts for a friend. I'm currently drawing a sweating emote of his dragon. Dude, emotes are the best thing on earth to draw. Well, our ads are going to start in about a minute here. He loved the one that I did for his fish. See, that's the crazy thing about like AI art and everything. I can't imagine feeling like you just can't pick up a pencil and make something. Because I don't care how good your skill is. I really genuinely don't. If you make something for me, I'm stoked. I don't care what the quality is. I don't care if you think it's good or not. I don't care if it's good at all. Because what makes it good to me is the fact that somebody made it. You made it. You went out of your way to create this. You breathed life into this thing that didn't exist before. And now it does because of you. And that's amazing. Everyone should be excited over that. Love giving smiles and energy with my art. It's what keeps me happy. Good. That's what I love to hear. We need more of that everywhere on Earth. Everywhere from everyone. I used to have a friend who was incredibly insecure about making stuff. And unfortunately, they never really got better. We no longer speak, but it was this huge area of contest between us because they would want to make something. And it's like they had this unseen competition in their head with me specifically. So even if they were trying to make something for me, it was always this idea of like, well, clearly Frag doesn't like it because Frag's a good artist and Frag can see all the things that are bad about it and obviously is judging me for how bad it is. And I'm just sitting here like, I love this thing because my friend made it. I understand the insecurity, I really do. But I just kind of wish that it were easier to show people love. And it were easier for them to accept it. I wish that I were able to tell people that I loved things about them and have them believe me. Or things that they do. It's something I'm still struggling to learn. Even if you love someone openly, sometimes they're just not able to receive it yet. Just based on their own journey of life and where they're headed and where they're coming from. I think what a lot of people fail to realize about me is that I've got a lot of love to give. And I'm not going to be stingy with it. Life is already way too stingy with the amount of love that it lets people have. And we're also so convinced at this point that the only kind of love that can exist has to be romantic or something of that sort. Which is very not true. I've had so many people ask if I'm one of Rosie's partners because they just, I guess they can't fathom the idea that Rosie and I are as close as we are without being dating. But we're not. And we're perfectly happy with that. Love comes in so many forms. Yes, exactly. Hi, Pastel. How's it going? You joined us for some texture work in Blender. And Zatani as well. Welcome. Good, how are you? I'm good. totally ignoring how much I don't like doing textures. Actually very happy with how this is coming along so far, though. I was really struggling on the arms, but the waist is coming on along a lot better. It'll be easier to do in Psy as well when we clean it up, because this is all one strip. The only part that'll be a difficult part is the seam line. Was this a mistake? No. Maybe? No. No. Leave me alone. Real talk, I have a special folder with all of the art that I have from friends, regardless of quality. Every single piece goes in there so that I can so that it can be my wallpaper at some point. Yes! I love that! Hey, Kirk! How are you? I'm good! Trying to peek in on your stream every once in a while I can here. Kirk is also live right now. Playing an Indiana Jones game, too. I feel like I haven't heard anything Indiana Jones for a while now. I was never a big indie fan, but my mom was. Oh, you're done? Oh, poo. I see this. Well, it was nice to be able to see you stream for a little bit. You are a big indie fan, Frag. You love FNAF. Okay, indie horror. Learning how to UV map in Blender after coming from 3D Max is suffering. Oh no. Finished the game? Oh, was it a short game or were you that far into it already? I guess Indiana Jones as a franchise has a hard time existing in modern day when the whole idea of being an archaeologist is somewhat a questionable thing right now, I suppose. I mean, learning human history is absolutely important, and we do need to have that stuff documented. But the whole, it belongs in a museum! I know that's an area of contest for people who are very passionate about the topics. I don't have a particularly strong opinion. I think that if it belongs to a culture, the culture is the one that should have the say on what happens to it. Archaeology equals finders keepers. No, see, here's a big question, though, is at what point is it a transition from grave robbing to archaeology? Like, when is something old enough for it to be considered archaeology? Finish the 3 Monties? Yay! Good job, Dex! That's fantastic. 50 years, location and intention. Wait, if 50 years is all it takes, then wouldn't unearthing Springtrap technically count as an archaeological dig? think you gotta know there's dead people there for it to be a grave robbing. That feels like a requirement. Springtrap Archaeological Dig sounds like a fan game. That's true. Oh no, someone's gonna make that now. Took 2 days. I love glam rock models. The glam rock models really are like the best thing to ever come out of FNAF. It really is a shame that the game was as short-lived as it was. Frag, you were a person I was considering, or I was thinking of rating. I can just be a little indecisive is all, which is a problem as somebody who loves giving support to others. Kirk, you do never, not ever, wow, Frag word good, English hard. You don't ever have to be concerned with that because you know what? No one's obligated to do anything around here. The whole idea of streaming is just to exist and be sharing your experiences with others. And we've frozen again. Hold on. Wi-Fi, are you good? Yes, we're stable? Okay, good. But no, I am never offended. The world is way too big and there's way too much going on to even stop to consider something like that.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
I did now. Thank you, Penny. Archaeology of a pizza place is insane. No, with how far down it goes, though, in the sinkhole. I want this now. I want the archaeology FNAF edition. There's the fact that if you dig up a skeleton that can be traced to someone alive, then you need to get the living relative's permission to take or to use the skeleton. You think the British Museum would steal Peepaw's corpse? Did you see the pic that I sent you of your Freddy? What do you think? Oh, no, I didn't. Hold on, let me see. I apologize. I've not been checking my DMs this week. Oh my god, Dex! You're killing me. Because now I just want to drop everything and go work on Freddy. That looks so good! Is it weird that I never once considered the idea of him having pants? Glamrock sucked me into the fandom like a black hole. They did with all of us, man. Your first time chat was great, by the way. Dude, it straight up was the Law and Order font. It, like, I heard the boom boom the moment that I read it. Game about digging a whole crossover with FNAF. How could we do that? We could have you like, oh, okay. So we're living in the future, right? And FNAF pizza locations have been existing like it's like a Fallout situation. And we gotta salvage the animatronics from the old buried pizza restaurants for the new age of pizza restaurants. So you do an archaeological dig of the old pizza restaurants and unearth new animatronics. And we can have a whole new series of fossilized Freddys. Get paid $10 a day in expired coupons. Yeah, and you have to be careful with how you dig. Maybe if you're digging too aggressively, you'll break the animatronics. And the deep lore is that it all happens post-nuclear apocalypse that was caused by a fight between Afton and Michael, which you eventually get to unearth, like the elephant's foot. Five Nights at Fossils at Freddy's. DLC's breaking Springtrap out of the British Museum. Faz Nuke. The Freddy foot. This is brilliant. I love this. Nuclear Apocalypse FNAF is my new favorite AU. You unearth them laying there in the creation of atom poses. Just absolute beauty. No, you could though, and then like the old posters and stuff could go into the museums. Maybe each poster would be worth a certain amount. You could use your money to upgrade your dig tools. Now hold on, we still have to throw in an element of killing children. Oh my god, I just realized this is the FNAF equivalent of Jurassic Park. Oh no! The end reveal is you built the security breach mall, yes. FNAF Pick Park. Killing children is the friends we made along the way. You have a chance to find a fossilized child in the animatronics. Oh no! Finally, we get answers to the lore. FNAF's missing out on a bunch of money by not making a tycoon-style game with their IP. Didn't they? Doesn't Pizza Sim count for that? It's kind of a tycoon. But you're right. They really should have something like that. I'm shocked that it doesn't exist already. Something you have to manage is not killing the kids. Yeah, no, that's the Jurassic Park element of it. You gotta go through and, like, rescue children from the dangling out of the mouths of Freddies behind their cages. They get a little quirky when the power goes out. Huge giant Freddy, like, breaking out of the cage like the T-Rex. If a child dies in your museum of FNAF animatronics, do you just add that to the exhibit? Hold on a second. This is completely off topic, but I want to turn the song up and see if I can hear. It sounds... I might be hearing this and just, like, not... It's not actually there, but it sounds almost like they've used the sound of a cicada as part of the beat back there. They did! That's sick. I like that. Oh, I want more of that. That one's getting saved to a playlist. Uh-oh. Where's our superstar? Freddy, where'd you go? Oh, you know what? It's probably where my Wi-Fi dipped earlier. Let's make sure those are working again.
Hey, bitch!
Okay. Hotel Pools is super good. Yeah, a lot of the time I'm not really paying attention to what's playing through because it's usually a pre-assembled playlist that I've found. But every once in a while, when one stands out, I've been trying to snag them and put them on my own playlist so I can start kind of compiling my favorites. I've never heard someone use that cicada almost like a metronome. I really like that. Whip! You almost got me with that one that time, Void. Husband Redeem gets me. It's a good one. You can thank Tot for that one. I included that one specifically for them. One thing I do wish that Blender had was the ability to flip the canvas, because some of these lines are very difficult for me to do. Just because of the angle. My hand doesn't like to rotate at certain angles. Gotta win, I'm content. It's so funny because, like, all of my friends now unironically do the weh, especially whenever I'm around, but I've been hearing them doing it when I'm not around. I caught Rosie streaming a little while ago, and she was doing weh at Craven, and I was laughing hysterically over it because I feel like that's something that I don't know where it started, but it's echolaliated its way throughout the entire friend group now. I wish my setup would have had sound redeems so that I just make a bunch of workout redeems and listen to me suffer. I had to be very careful what I gave y'all permission to use, because I knew you would use it to torture me. What I didn't know was how jumpy I would be to all of it. Started with the owl house. So I've always made sounds, but the weh was definitely adopted from the owl house. I'd say before weh, it was brep. And we got brep, well, I got brep from when I was visiting some friends out in Ohio. I was staying at their house for a bit, and they had a pet sun conure. They had 2 of them. And his favorite thing to do whenever they took him out was to just kind of like stare at you and go, Brett. And so that's just what we would do to each other. If we didn't really have anything particular to say, we would just look at each other and go, Brett. Or it would become a sound of protest or anything, everything that we use "weh" for now. Hmm. I have got a leg. I'd like to think you've got 2 of them, actually. But if you don't, that'd be a fun story to share with the class. So I think part of the reason why this looks weird is because on the arm ribbons, we kind of accentuated how flat they are by doing this highlight on the edge. And I think we need to bring that back in here because they don't look flat. Isn't the leg to show and tell? Let's take a look. Take a leggy look. Leg! That's a good leg. I like that. It's very gory. And at the same time, kind of delicious. Never mind, I'll shut up. I don't know if maybe I should move back over into Cypher it now, or if I should keep piddling with it. Let's see if I can do something here. Gory and delicious has got to be the name of someone's not safe for work tape. instead of going over this too much more, because I don't want it to lose all of its contrast, I do want to blend out this spot a little bit. Let's go in and add a brighter highlight along all those edges.
Oi,
Wait.
oi, 僕の CD が
Allah.
欲しいってほら
It's
受け取りな
him.
プレゼントするのはパルコ・フォルゴレさ
Thank you, Ren!
パルコ・フォルゴレミュージックスタート
Bum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da. Da. Chee, 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 whoop, bye. Boing, boing. Chee, 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 whoop, bye. Boing, boing.
Hey, come on!
Moge, 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 moge. Chee, chee, wo, moge. Moge. Thank you so much, Rin. It's been far too long since we've had a Parco Fagore visit. The man, the myth, the legend. Boing, boing. I feel like I'm going mad because the, how do I verbally pronounce that? Backwards alligator mouth. They look like they're on different levels. I had a bit of a delay there, but hiya. Have you been, Rin? Oh, let me get our music back up and running. I've been thinking about you a lot today because it's been extra hot today. And that probably sounds weird now that I'm saying it out loud, but I mean temperature-wise. I don't know why it's been so warm today. A little warm here, but not so bad. Yeah, see, for some reason here, it's like, it's not hot, but it's warm enough that it's not comfortable. Although, now that the sun has set, hopefully that will be making a bit of a difference. All right, let's get that highlight, nice, bright and shiny. What the hell happened there? Grab you. Let's go down to our size 5. And we're going to start strategically placing this highlight all around their edges. Maybe I should make it a little bigger than that.
Did you remember to save
Good
all of your
point.
files?
Honestly, I should have done that first and then made a copy, but fuck it, we ball. Yeah, I think that's definitely helping flatten them. Keep turning my head upside down just about to get this angle. Whee! It's funny, this song kind of reminds me of the Knights soundtrack. Need to figure out what foods I'm going to do for this. I was trying to think of something because I'm a little hungry right now, but my appetite is not being my friend. Pizza's always a good one, though. It's hard to fuck up pizza. Like, unless you burn it, I feel like it's very difficult to do pizza dirty. And how to make the foods body shaped. Okay, now that's a different challenge. Went to Pizza Ranch for lunch? Is that a franchise? I like the mental image that it comes with of just like herds of pizza out in the field like cows. Just individual slices. Pizza buffet, but they have a cowboy themed decor. Oh, so it's kind of like a Little Caesars, but cowboy. Or maybe, no, not Little Caesars. What am I thinking of? Cece's Pizza. Jesus Christ, are those even around anymore? I've only ever been to one once. Man, now I want pizza. Also offer all-you-can-eat fried chicken as well. That's a recipe for disaster. How is that not illegal? All-you-can-eat fried chicken. I don't know how many people have died from that. Okay, this middle one's still a bit of a concern. They burnt the roof of their mouths before they get to the heart attack stage. Chicken comes out fresh from the fryer and stays scalding for a while. Man, y'all are making me hungry. Apparently, looking for inspiration has led me to some pretty cool art. It's the snakified monster versions for the people of Snackbird. Oh, snackified! Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That's really cool. I really did like the way that they could, like, manifest the different parts in so many different ways. There was a lot of creativity behind that team. Alright, so do I pull this lip out down here? I don't think so. I am going to need a brighter highlight for that top edge. Although I don't know if I'm doing too much on it or not. Go a little bit brighter. Just a smidge. And we'll go all along that top edge. Maybe make the strength a little higher. Some of the ones that I found in show and tell. Ooh. Oh, these are so cool. I would have loved to have seen this in the game. This is so up my alley with the mascot horror crap. Wow, that's awesome. Do you know, does the artist who made this have like a Twitter or Blue Sky or anything? Because I would love to follow them. They've got a really nice art style. Tumblr. It's always Tumblr. The one thing that I don't use. That's okay. Kind of feel like I need to brighten up the back half of this. I don't know, though. Let's see about it. It's pretty dark down there, but I think it'll look okay. Let's see it with the tutu. Okay, no, it's pretty dark. I'm gonna lighten it up. It needs something. But maybe once I work on both of them over inside, it'll look better. Don't use Tumblr either. I'm not into rock polishing. My handle is Tiny Angry Nerd. It's a good handle. I'll definitely go take a peek at their work at some point, though. Their art style reminds me a lot of Gerald's, the person who did the credits art for Ban 8. I know we were talking about them earlier in the week here. All right. Before we jump over to side, let's do the ankles. Where are the ankles on our texture? Oh, Christ on a cracker. Thanks, Past Frag. That was a decision that you made. And you know what? It wasn't necessarily a bad one. But it was a decision that was made. Consciously and decisively. And present Frag won't forget that. I was right. Oh. This will be interesting. Let's turn off these tutus again. And turn the pants off. No, pants back on. Let's mark where the pants are going to be. All right, everything from that point forward can be dark. Making a torso and stomach area out of food is also interesting. I completely believe it. I don't know where I would even start on making some kind of Bug Snacks character like that. That's such a cool concept, though. I'm really excited to see what you come up with in the end. Definitely want to make it good looking because I plan on making it an adoptable OC when it's done. Ooh, that's smart. I need to do more adoptables. I never did finish that gator. Beck. Welcome back. See, here's where I've backed myself into a corner. That's on top, which means our top one should be tucked in. But then that would mean that this one would be out. Where? Yeah, we gotta fix that. I don't really know the best course of action here. Let's bring you out on top again. I'm gonna have a quick transition in between here. Man, I keep thinking about VRChat and how excited I am for Halloween because Spookality is getting started. I can't wait. There's always so much fun stuff. Okay, hold on. So if you tuck in, you are on top. What have I done? That does not look good. Although it's a very small area. Okay. Let's keep playing with it. We're not giving up hope yet. We are going to bring this one a little further in, though. Well, our ads are about to start. Part of me really wants to restart and make them more feral, but the other part of me really likes this leg that I've done and wants to keep it even if keeping it means there's not enough room on the paper to make it feral. So here's the cool thing. You can do both. You'll have to trace it onto another piece of paper, but you can do both. The only thing stopping you from doing that is you. Also, it looks like our ads are about to play any second here. Oops. This is one of the trickiest transitions I've ever had to do. So it looks like what we need the most of is the lighter color. Bump that strength up. We want our lighter color to come in hard on this angle. Maybe I should try blurring. Might help. Why is this such an open space over here, though? Hello, D. Cruz. How are we? We're doing good. How about you? Just kind of chipping away at our monotonous work here, doing some texture painting. Leg. Leggy! These legs. The terrifying legs that we do not speak of. Okay, for real though, Smoon, his legs, without the pants, they're so cursed. Like, what the fuck was going on in Henry and Will's minds? They made all the glam rocks, and then they were like, hey, you know what else we should do? Slender Man. Don't fry an eggy on it. Explodes. Sparky, why are you exploding? Hello again, D-Cruz. It's funny when you imagine the crunchiest stock sound effect as an explosion. Man. A lot of these, like, 80s themed songs, they know how to hit you right in the feels. They're always such intense, like, emotional topics, usually. The 80s were such an era for dreamers. It was a time where you could just literally disappear, work a summer job for one season, have yourself a car, drive off, go buy a house somewhere for fucking nothing. No wonder people felt so empowered. But that's very much glorifying it. There was a lot of bad in the 80s as well. Thinking about grabbing a snack. Bird kind of want a pistache. A bug snack? I would not last at all on that island. I'd be scarfing down critters left and right. You couldn't stop me. Like, all they've done is taken all of my favorite foods and turned them into chaseable prey. And it's free! Got a little bit of a conundrum here with where I'm going to put the highlights. Hmm. Whoopsie. One small problem with your tracing idea, Frag, is that I can't trace to save my life. Now, here's what you do. Well, it's a little late in the day for me, which means it's a lot late in the day for you. But normally I would say hold it up to a window, and you can use natural daylight against the window to trace. In this case, you could try using a lamp, or you could try getting a piece of clear plastic of some sort. Maybe you have like a container or something that you've recently opened. Any kind of trash, anything like that'll do. And put your phone under it, use the flashlight. Got no lamps and no containers, and I'm using my phone to watch stream. Well, shit. All right, let's see how this goes. Hopefully we just won't look at the ankle ribbons very often. I'm not really thrilled with them. This was a really, really not great way of doing this on my part. But as I learned from Sonic Adventure 2, live and learn. This is what I mean about the whole, don't be afraid to fuck up. Because yeah, it does suck to have to redo something. It sucks even more to never do something at all. Anything that you do is great, even mistakes. That doesn't sound right. No, it's just a matter of perspective. Perspective. I was trying to say perception and perceptive. Yeah, those words. Perception. Yes. Sometimes I feel embarrassed that English is my only language and I still fuck that one up all the time. Sparky, no, you don't get to weigh in on that. You speak multi-languages. Fuck it. That was a perfect. You speak more than one language. That requires a level of mental capacity that is so far beyond my realm of grasping currently. You have done the skill twice as good. Unless you speak more than 2 languages, in which case, Angie. Do you speak a 3rd language? You can't. This can't be how I find out. Sparky. How many languages do you speak? Frag, I have almost 350,000 words written out and posted on AO3, and I still find typos in my shit, and it's literally the most fine. Sparky, I need an answer. I know some okay Spanish and had some introduction to Italian and German, but you don't speak them fluently? Do you speak them enough to, like, have a conversation? Enough to read something and get the meaning, and that's about it. That's still so much more than I can even begin to do. Sparky. That is incredible. I am in awe and also embarrassed to fuck up English ever again in front of you. No, I need you to understand, Void. It's explicitly with Sparky. Uh-oh. Where's our green screens? Hello? See, now I'm scared it's gonna pop up at random. Hold on. Wait. Why did the sensor not work? Is that one broken? Huh. I don't know why that didn't go through the first time. Yes, that was Markiplier. It's a bit cheating, though, since... Oh, French, Spanish, and Italian are all Latin languages, and there's a lot of common ground between... True. Very true. That does make a huge difference. You know, you would think with English being an amalgamation of, like, every other language in existence, somewhere in there, there'd be enough overlap to make it moderately easier for us to learn, us dumb Americans, to be able to more easily learn other languages. But man, our education system, it has truly dropped the ball on that. A lot more French words in English than you realize. French was the one that I had wanted to learn. I got shoved into a Spanish class, and the teacher did not give a flying fuck. And I remember day one, she was like, in Spanish, from this point forward, we are only going to speak Spanish in this class. And I'm just sitting here like, I just got here. Could I maybe, like, learn anything first? Needless to say, that method didn't exactly work well for me. I'm all for explicitly using the language once you've started to learn enough to be able to make sentences. But starting off that strong was not a good learning method for me, unfortunately. And with the way that our education system worked, at least where I was growing up, if you did not succeed on the first class, they would just bump you into the next one. So I went from Spanish 1 to Spanish 2, having failed Spanish 1. And for some reason they were like, oh, you fucked this up for the first half? You'll be fine for the second half. I was not, in fact, fine. Esperanto is something to that tune, isn't it? A lot of Japanese words are very similar to English. Oh, Japanese is, like, notoriously difficult to learn if your first language was English, though, isn't it? Because I think Japanese is structured entirely different. Because, like, their words a lot of the time are based more on, like, context, I think. And there's me, who only did Spanish for a year before, because our only Spanish teacher got found out as a person that shouldn't be around kids. Nice! I hate how much that has happened. I had an algebra teacher end up doing that. I did, however, manage to get extra credit in his class, though. Not through that. He was interested in Rubik's Cubes as much as he was interested in his female students. And I happened to have quite a collection at the time of various puzzle cubes, the likes of which he had never seen before. So every time we had a math quiz, I would show up with a new Rubik's-esque puzzle and be like, oh, hey, look at this, teacher. Wow, my poor dumb brain just can't seem to solve it. Do you think maybe you could figure it out? And he would sit there through the entire quiz, fiddling with the puzzle cube. And at the end, I would get extra credit for it. A lot of Japanese words are just taken from English. You can speak English there and make sense. That is true. There is a lot of crossover. I remember hearing someone who fairly regularly toured Japan that if you are trying to speak Japanese to people who are native Japanese speakers, that it actually helps to try and do like a shitty Japanese accent while you're saying words, even though that sounds kind of contradictory. But the example that he gave was in Japanese, it's not milk tea, it's like milku tea, but it sounds weird when you say it that way. So the way that you're supposed to say it is like you just try to do a bad Japanese accent and it becomes milku tea. And that like apparently sounds a lot better to the native speakers. Like they can't understand when you're saying milk tea as easily unless you say it like with the bad accent, because that like is clearer audio wise for them to hear and process, which I guess makes sense. I'm trying, Sparky, I hate to call you out like this, but there was one word that you said during the recording yesterday, and I meant to ask you about it. But I can't remember what the word was. Also, I really don't want any of this to ever come off as like I'm making fun of language or anything. I'm fascinated by language. It is a genuine curiosity and like whimsical fascination. It is not a mockery whatsoever. I love how different things are pronounced and how different people learn to say different things based off of like whether or not they read it in a book or whether or not it's their native language or just trying to translate it from one language to another. One of my favorite examples of like not remembering what the word for something is and trying to say it in English was from a German person who was trying to remember what a snail was called in English, and they couldn't remember the English word for it. So in a desperate attempt to say what they meant, they called it a homeless snail, or a slug. Slug was what they were trying to say. And so they called it homeless snail. And it made perfect sense. Obviously, that's not what a slug is called. But it was the cutest thing ever. I love stuff like that. I'm not going to tell you what the word was, Sparky, because I'm going to have to, like, find a way to get you to say it. Just so I can be sure, and then I can ask you about it. Because it's kind of like I remember when I first met Mew, and she was teaching, or they were teaching me about different things for Blender and Unity and all that. Also, I'm going to switch over and grab our highlight now and see if I can start working on this contour a bit better. But Mew was teaching me about some of the Unity stuff that I was working on at the time. And this is when I was still like baby, don't know how anything on here works. And they kept saying a word that I didn't understand, and I could not for the life of me figure out where I was supposed to go on the program to do what they were telling me to do. And the reason for this was because they kept saying parameters instead of parameters. And I couldn't figure out, like, my brain wasn't figuring out that that's what that word was supposed to be, so I was just lost. And then I came to find out that, oh, that's what the word is that you're trying to say, or that you are saying that I'm hearing differently, or hearing you say differently than what I'm used to. And the reason was because they had never heard the word said out loud. They had read it. So, like, Mew's super fucking smart. Mew knows all this stuff with computers and just overall, like, very, very intelligent person. And that's why it was so cute to me when that word just came out the way that it did and ended up bamboozling both of us. I know that we are of the age of shunning Harry Potter now, but that was Hermione's name was one of those things where everyone pronounced it differently for a while. Because no one knew what the right way to say it was, and we all read it in a book. Tomato, tomato, data, data, tomato, tomato. Pokemon names are fun too. I will die on the stand of Rayquaza is pronounced Rayquaza. And Blaziken is pronounced Blaziken. I will not give up this fight. My best friend growing up called them Rayquaza and Blaziken. And I hated both of them. Didn't say tomato for tomato. It's funny because I think that is actually a berry in Pokemon. Is the tomato berry. Blazed chicken. What you talking about? Oh god. Hermione, Hermione, her my one, her my own new. What about Hermione? Yeah, I'm sticking with that one. It's Hermione now. Pronounce Rayquaza like your friend, but I would not pronounce Blaziken that way. Hell no. Yeah, Blaziken, I can't let that one go. Like, it's a fire chicken. Blaze is in the name. Now, you do have to keep in mind, this friend was infamous for having a hobby of arguing. Like, that's just what we would do, was we would just play a debate game with each other over stupid shit. The problem was he would initiate the game without saying so sometimes. So when I was trying to make a point on something, he would decide, I'm going to turn this into a fight. For no reason other than because I can. But it was always over silly, stupid things. It was never anything serious. Snobby inflection for Blaziken. Blaziken. I call Rayquaza Rayquaque. Okay, now that Pokemon's another one. I don't know the proper pronunciation of that one. I thought that it was Arceus. But then we had that game come out, and I think they pronounce it Arceus. Like, in the game. Is that correct, or... Because I didn't play that one. Nobody can take Arceus from me. I don't care about canon pronunciation. Yeah, I don't like the arc. I don't know, it feels like a weird dead stop in the middle of the word. Which is funny because that's always what I name my favorite Pokemon that I take with me on every Pokemon game. I have never played a Pokemon game without it. But the first thing that I always do in every Pokemon game is try to get the good, or the fishing rod as soon as possible so that I can get a Magikarp and raise it from the lowest level I have it to Gyarados. And I always name it Arc. They use both pronunciations? What the fuck? The former was the right one, but they changed it to the latter because Arceus sounded like Arceus, and Arse is how we Brits say sometimes say ass. I see. So you could have just had your god named Ass. Failed opportunity. I mean, he already looks like a goat that got stuck in a fence. Can we really go any lower? They're being right arses about it. Pain in the arse. I don't remember if I said, but I have an interview on Monday. Oh, yay! Good for you, Void! That's exciting. Is it somewhere that you like? Not that that needs to play any role whatsoever when it comes to having a job in modern day. But I hope so. Don't know yet, but it's a receptionist job. Oh, good. That should be nice and low-key. Receptionist positions are pretty good, especially for people who are neurospicy. As long as it's not like a super busy place. Then it can kind of be a little stressful, but, you know, you learn to roll with the punches. It's mostly desk work. I honestly prefer clerical work. Plus part-time, so I can do streaming still. Fuck yeah! Neurospicy and also joints are questionable. See, this is why I feel like life would be easier if we as people could just kind of like come with our own little label the way that shelter pets do. Just be like, yeah, this is Frag. Has a little bit of trust issues, but very affectionate. Takes a while to warm up. Not keen on men. Sorry, that one's a bit of a joke between Tot and I. There's this picture of I want to say it's a poodle. Hold on, I'll find it real quick. Okay, no, that's definitely not a poodle. Here, I'll pop this over and show and tell. But this specific dog had us laughing our asses off because I was joking with Tot saying that Alistair from Hazbin Hotel needs to have a vest like this. And so Tot went and drew that exact ideology. I don't know if they ever posted it on their Blue Sky. I can check. They did not. I'm gonna have to badger them to do that. Wow, this is just getting rougher and rougher, huh? There's gotta be a solution here I'm not seeing.
If you become
Wow.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, cat. All right, let's maybe not go as dark. Go back to our mid color. It feels so silly that something like this takes so much more time on this model, but this was supposed to be saving on quite a lot of polygons, especially if I'm able to incorporate a normal map on it, which, given how much work I've already had to do on this, I probably won't. I don't think that was it either. Let's go from the other side. We'll let that one be darker on the bottom. And we want it lighter towards the top. This has got some good funk to it. Well, hello, Kevin.
Kevin has raided
Well,
the channel
there goes that
with
candy
10
corn.
eggs.
There we go. How's it going? How was your stream? Third brain cell demanded we raid here. Do not resist. Welcome, everybody. We're just doing some texture painting today on our beloved Smoon, which is what we've been calling him. It is Sun, Moon, and Eclipse all in one for a VRChat avatar model that I've been working on for ages now. It's because it's technically 3 in 1, so it takes as long as about 3 avatars. At least that's what I'm telling myself, so I don't go insane. I've been doing all this contour painting on the ribbons and just very much struggling with this area in particular. But it seems like we're starting to get a grasp on it. I'm officially a Zelda fan, and I question my reality. Fuck yeah! So which Zelda has been your favorite so far? Wind Waker. That is the correct answer. I'll be honest, I might be working on these a little too much at this point. I'm starting to not care. Wind Waker's like the perfect Zelda to start with, in my opinion. I agree with that. Although I will say Breath of the Wild is pretty good. I don't know if I would necessarily say it's a good Zelda game, but it is a good game. But yeah, Wind Waker definitely encompasses the elements that make Zelda Zelda. Frag, it looks fine, let it be. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to stop. Playing Link to the Past now while I wait for my new PC to come in. Link to the Past really throws you off guard in a good way. Yeah, that one's it's definitely a good mile marker of the series. It gets a lot of the Zelda formula.
Bet I can smash that.
Someone's salty!
Leave it. I'm gonna get the spray bottle at this rate. All right. Let me try one last thing, and then I'll leave it. I want to spread out this lighter shade a little more on this side because I feel like it's just not doing what it needs to. I'll tell you, one of the Zeldas that really threw me off guard for how good it ended up being was A Link Between Worlds. I did not have high hopes for that one, but it was pleasantly surprising. I really enjoyed it. I actually never beat it. I don't remember. No, I didn't. I'll have to go back and do that. I don't know if that helped or not. On 3DS, right? Yeah! That one kind of... It took Zelda, and it's like if there were a portal element linked into it somehow. Link. That was not an intended pun, but I'll take credit for it. See, I like the way that that one looks. Why do I like the way that one looks? Maybe because it's longer? I'm gonna try a few of those ones. I want to try the Train Zelda. I like Train stuff. That's another one I never played. If you're able to play that one, I would love to hear your review on it. Because that's one of the only other ones that's done with Toon Link. Spirit Tracks, yeah! What's the helper guy in that game? Because I think that's the only game he ever shows up in. Actually own a copy of Spirit Tracks? Hell yeah. Oh, right, Phantom Hourglass. I forgot about that one. I'm gonna do something a little dumb. Magic train, magic boat, now we need a magic plane. Zelda Airlines, Skyward delays. Oh no, you're right. Tears of the Kingdom technically is that. I can't even say Skyward Sword would be that one, because that's a bird. Sentient magic plane. Would the Rito count? Yeah, I automatically like this so much better having it pulled all the way around like that. This phantom sound in this song sounds very familiar. Almost sounds like a turret from Portal. Like Thomas. Isn't there a plain version of Thomas? It freaked me out as a kid. You know, it's really funny because I was literally just thinking of Choo Choo Charles. I'm still on the fence on if I'm ever going to play that game, purely because it's not that it's a bad game, it's just that it's more shooty than other mascot horrors have ever really been. So it's just not really my personal interest area. Tears of the Kingdom is all right for a game. That's another one where Word of God doesn't matter if I can't read. It's an AU, not a sequel, and I refuse to change my mind. 1000% agreed. Dude, you can't make me fall in love with a martyr character like Mifa, whose entire race, her entire race of people are mourning her sacrifice. And remember, she's not even fully grown. And she died to take care of them in a war that was never even hers in the first place. And then you're just going to scoot back and be like, JK, we changed time. Time travel's real, and we're using it to change the way that history went. Like, no, you just made that sacrifice mean literally fucking nothing. If you're going to be bold enough to kill a character off And to make a character stand for something like that, don't rewind and back your feet up and be like, oh, sorry, actually, no one's dead because we can't actually kill characters. It will wreck our merchandise. Just talked about that game. I'm going to be playing when my PC's here for Spookytober. Yay! I'm so excited for spooky games. What is it with fish being attracted to Link? I don't know, but I'm here for it. Because the funniest fucking part is, I am a very big shipper of Sidon and Link. But had Mifa still been around, I would still ship Mifa and Link priority over. But now it's kind of like Sidon's like living out where his sister left off. I love Sidon. He 100% got the same reaction out of me that Glamrock Freddy did. All a character has to do is show up and be like, I believe in you, and I'm just immediately like, oh, my daddy issues. Why you gotta do this to me? Zalifa is a good polytriad and you are not taking it from me. Agreed. Starting to think you have a type. What? Tall dudes who are either extraordinarily egotistic with god complex or god complexes, or the polar opposite and are super supporting dad types? Sidon's a dirty cheater. He got a fish instead of Link. Listen, it was an arranged marriage. You can't convince me otherwise. We share a type. I love that because I also completely agree that Meta Knight fits into that category. He's like a soft middle ground, I think. You should watch Sakamoto Days? I've never heard of that. Link is the best wingman. Let me make a note of that Sakamoto Days so that I can go back and look that up. An arranged marriage, and also he's the crown prince, and he has to have an heir. Yes. I actually have a fan child design that I had made for Sidon, but it was with a different wife. There's one specific Zora in Breath of the Wild that I chose. Oh, you know what? We've got an ad going on here. I will follow up with that later if one of you reminds me. Otherwise, I will completely forget and no one will ever know. Sakamoto Days follows Taro Sakamoto, a legendary retired assassin and former member of the Order, who abandoned his violent life to marry a convenience store clerk named Ayo and raise a family in a quiet town. When his past catches up to him and a bounty is placed on his head, Sakamoto must use his formidable skills to protect his family and friends from other assassins, forming new alliances with unexpected comrades in the process. Aww! That sounds good! It's on Netflix, and it's about an assassin who retired to start a family. Oh no. I feel so targeted. And he got fat in retirement? God damn it! I immediately love this character. He doesn't kill because of his wife. Doesn't want to break his promise to her. He can still move like a fucking Dragon Ball character. That definitely sounds good. Maybe I'll pull that up tonight, because I don't actually have anything I'm actively watching right now. I go through such weird phases with shows. Last show I got hooked on... I've been, like, in a buddy comedy, goofy, adult animation kind of mindset lately. Because the last show that I was into was a Crapopolis. Not that studio's best work, but I did enjoy it. I hope that they make more. It's been very funny. I'm waiting on the next season of Campfire Cooking in Another World. The last part of the season finale of Beastars. Beastars is one that I've never picked up. A lot of people told me that I would like it, and a lot of people told me that I would not like it. So I really don't know what to assume. I think the art style is really neat, though. I like how unique it is. That's another one that I kind of feel like they did a really good job at not giving in to the convention. They just let some characters not necessarily have the most attractive features because they're animals. I like that. All right, I think this is really just a matter of sharpening it up, hopefully. Oops. Frag! Stop! You're right, you're right, you're right. All right, I'm stopping. I'm not looking at it anymore. We gotta go over to Sai and clean up the other parts. Actually, what else needs to even be done on this? I haven't looked at this in so long. We got our ribbons. We've hue shifted all of the stuff that we needed to hue shift for Moon. Oh no, we did decide on this. That's right, I even did a little emissions map for which mode would be active. Okay. Do we want to have the sun rays be darker on the edges? Or do we like how they're all one solid gradient right now? Beastars is really wonderful. I'm a huge fan of it. Anime and manga equally do an amazing job. I love the art style of the manga so much. Emotions and gestures are just spectacular. Yeah, I really have to give it props for that. Like, the art style isn't necessarily, like... I don't look at it and be like, wow, this is my favorite art style ever! But I do look at it and be like, wow, this is a really unique art style, and I do really like that it decided to go that route. Ad should be done. Tell us about your fan child and their mother. Oh, shit. Let me find her name, because she does have one. She's one of a group. But she's the white one. Like, the only white Zora. She was friends with 2 others who were part of the war. They remembered Link when he came back to the domain. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go through all of the different Zora to figure out which one it was. No, oh, it was Gaddison. I'm pretty sure it was Gaddison. If the image would load. No, not gonna load. Not even gonna try to load. Okay, no, there it is. Yeah, that's her. All right, I'm gonna put this in the Discord. But that is Gaddison from Breath of the Wild. Apparently she's also in Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't know that. I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet. But there's her wiki page. She was part of the Big Bad Baz Brigade. Was friends with Baz and Riven. And she is... I don't know, there was something that stood out about her. I like that she's a soldier. She kind of felt like she would definitely be the one to wear the pants in the relationship. Because Sidon, he's too soft. Like, he can be a hard ass to people that aren't people he loves. But he's an absolute pushover with people he cares about. Like, I don't think he could stand his ground if Zelda told him to do something and he didn't agree with it. Because he's too nice. And I feel like Gaddison would be the one that would have to, like, put her foot down and be like, no. No one talks to my man like that. I feel like there'd be so many times where, like, Sidon would just be, like, hanging out and somebody would say something. And they'd be, like, kind of, I don't know, maybe racist towards Zora. And then Gaddison would hear it and look over and then look at him and be like, why are you just gonna let him talk to you like that? And then Sidon would be like, yeah, why am I letting you talk to me like that? Yeah! Like, he just kind of needs a nudge. He's too much of a puppy. I might have, hold on, where's my sketchbook? Can you tell it I don't want to be doing texture work? 1 second, let me go get a picture of him. I know he's in here somewhere. This is an old sketchbook at this point. It's so funny that I say stuff like that, but then I remember, like, I haven't drawn in a sketchbook in years. No reason why. It's just because it's gotten easier for me to draw at the computer. It's funny, I'm flipping through the pages and I can see exactly where I went through phases. Oh, here he is. Oh yeah, I forgot I drew the... Oh, that's right, he had siblings! Shit, okay. Damn, I'm forgetting my own characters. I thought I had a full body drawing of him in here, but maybe not. Doesn't look like it. Nope. Just the one. Might be on my old computer. Here, I'll just drop this in show and tell for now. Apologies. It's going to be a huge file just because it's a photo. And because this isn't, like, cropped or cleaned up or anything, I won't bother putting it in with the art. But this is some old art from my sketchbook. It was for an AU. It was supposed to take place after Breath of the Wild. This is well before Tears of the Kingdom was ever even teased. But, it was like the characters of Breath of the Wild had kind of started to move on from things. And Sidon ends up marrying Gaddison just because of the royalty and everything, but they are friends. Even though he very blatantly still has a thing for Link. But they have these 3 kids. And I was playing around with the idea of like how the Polywogs would kind of evolve into full-fledged Zora. Because if you don't know, Zora are not born with bodies. They are born as a fish. And the fish gradually starts to grow legs and a lower torso and become a Zora. But otherwise, their babies are purely just like the head with the big fin. They're just like a little fishy. So I was playing around with how they could have evolved into that form. Because they're, like, more frog-like in that sense. And they have 3 kids. Sola is the oldest. He's, like, the next in line. He's the heir. He's takes a lot after Mipha. And then he's got 2 younger twin siblings. Dore and Tito. And they're all named after Mipha. Because Mipha was named after the musical scales. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. And so this is the rest of them. Do, re, Tito, and sol, la. I have to rewrite a lot of it because I was writing it with a friend. And again, this is a friend who's just no longer in my life. We aren't, like, working on it or anything anymore, so I wouldn't mind taking my fragments of the idea and continuing with it. There was another character that was technically Ganon's son? I'm trying to remember if that's right or not, because Gerudo have very different ways of reproducing. Gerudo only have females in their society. Like, it is not possible to have a male Gerudo unless they're trans. There's only one male Gerudo every 100 years. And because of, you know, Zelda and their designated lore, that Gerudo is Ganon. But the idea was, with Breath of the Wild being the story that it was, that Ganon's, like, evil form was still alive and still trapped in this eternal battle with Zelda, and Link was still alive. So all 3 of the Triforce holders were still alive. 100 years later, a new Gerudo, male, technically should have been born. And so that's where this idea for the AU came from, was that a new male Gerudo appears, and that becomes the new king of the Gerudo. because it's not Ganon, and it's the first time in several generations or whatever that ever gets to happen. It was just a fun idea to explore. The idea of there being someone who's not Ganon, but is very much met with the prejudice that Ganon has created for him. I think we had the parents be Naboru and Ganon just because we could. But there was no real logistics behind it. That was just some AU magic. Then you run into their evil counterparts, the scale said backwards. Okay, that'd be really cool, though. Fantastic art. Solo looks like he should be in the game. Aw, thank you! Need to work on my Zelda AU. I would love to hear about it. Technically, the whole Zora royal family are like that. Yeah. Zora's also on that? Is it? Are you sure you want to unlock the lore dump? I've never been more sure in my entire life. Also, I just went to check our time and we have officially hit 4:20. Suppose I should get back into doing this line work and stuff. Do, re, mi, fa, Zora, si, do? I think you might be reaching a little hard for that one, Q. Going in Discord because character limits. It's do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti, do. The Japanese version. Oh! Okay. That makes sense. I apologize for how quickly I brushed that off. All right, let's save this texture before I forget and reopen it over in Psy and clean it up some. Ugh. What is there even to clean up? Weh. I'm so not in the mood to do this. I need to do it, though. It needs to get done. All right, all right, all right. Let's get our... What brush do we want to use? Oil brush? That one's pretty good for blending. Maybe we could just blend, though. Let's try that. We're going to put a copy down so that we can compare. Make sure I'm not removing too much. Just blend out all of these patchy areas first. gone and sent where I'm leaving it off for tonight in show and tell. It's almost 2 in the morning. Ooh. All right, now I know for sure I'm hungry, because looking at this, my stomach fucking growled. I like that tail a lot. That's a really cool tail choice. This is looking really awesome, Q. I'm excited to see what you do for the head. Thinking of taking inspiration from the third image I sent for the head shape. Yeah. Trying to make this not feel like a lost cause. Because I'm honestly not even sure what style I'm aiming for at this point. I wasn't gonna do painting. I wanted it to be nice and smooth and have some clean gradients, and then all this happened. But through excessive blending, we will prevail. I know I'm picking at it, but I'm supposed to here. See, this is the good art program. This is the one that makes it look less pixely and icky. Go write your Zelda AU. Don't know why, but I've decided to add some biohazard signs on it, which is ironic since Bugsnax don't want you knowing that they aren't safe to eat. Yeah, that'd be cool for like a boss character though. Or maybe that's what that character did before they got consumed by snacks. They did some kind of like waste disposal or something, biohazard stuff. You can always work stuff like that in. I just emergency hired for a commission. I've got 20 hours to complete it. Let's go. Oh my god. I'm rooting for you, Kevin. That's like my worst nightmare. That's not true. I literally did that for Sparky's birthday. Technically, I should be writing an RP response, but you procced the autism. It's okay, when the tism kicks in, you can't help it. It's gonna happen. Especially if you're around additional tism. It feeds off of itself. We're like ants. We just keep growing the hive. Welcome, Regareth. Kevin outed me. So you're the emergency commissioner. It's okay, you're in good hands. If anyone can do it, Kevin can. In Kevin we trust. No pressure, Kevin. Me, I'm the one. I waited last minute to commission something for my fiancé. Aww. It's a blessing in disguise, because now you're going to get the best possible thing. All right. Blend it out looks good on these main pieces, I think. I might still whack it with the, a quick gloss over with the blur tool just for extra measure. Fuck you, moth! Sorry. Not actual Sparky. Oh! Weh!
Kevin just subscribed for 1 month.
Oh.
Ria Gareth gifted a tier 1 sub to Kevin DNG. This
you
is
so
their
much.
first gift sub in the channel.
What an awesome gift! We have a rule of thumb around here, actually. If you are gifted a sub. So Kevin, listen closely. Our rule around here, if you get gifted a sub, is that you have to pay it forward by doing something special for somebody else. Doesn't have to be monetary. Can be something as simple as giving a compliment. But you gotta do something to put a smile on someone's face. He's already doing that. There you go. All right, let's see if I can fix these lines up a little without going crazy. By doing a saucy commission. That's the best kind. At least for as long as we legally can. I was not joking about what I said the other day. In order to combat all of this censorship bullshit, we just need to start aggressively sexualizing the most normal parts of the body. They can't fight that. They can't ban us from drawing weirdly kinky art of somebody just like super horny over somebody else's like, I don't know, what's a weird body part? Inner elbow. Hands, feet, eyebrows. No, we need weird. Hands and feet are already a kink. We need something that is too normal. Armpit is already a kink. Noses is pretty good. Noses is where I was leaning. Ears could also work. Lips are, I don't know, lips are a little... We're getting into dangerous territory there. They don't like it when non-hetero people kiss. They can still have an argument with that. You can't argue the nose. Unibrows. The nail of the left pinky finger. Oh, that's so good. This is my last ditch effort campaign. Like when all shit hits the fan, that's what we're gonna do. That's our backup plan. Uh-oh. Oh, what's that? We? A hype train began? Why did a hype train just begin? Did something happen? Or was it the one gifted sub that it's counting to start all of that? Toenail clippings? No, God, no. I'm more than happy to make a few extra smiles. Random sketches will be coming. My victims will be random. Be ready. Yeah, I guess this was caused by that gifted sub. Maybe your 10 gold triggered it? Could be. Can I actually listen to the stream while having my phone off? So good night, everyone. Good night, Q. Thanks so much for hanging out with us this week. It was very nice to have you here. I hope you get plenty of rest over your weekend. Reminds me of the Billy and Mandy clip, fingernail sunglasses. Man, Billy and Mandy is a show that would never be able to exist in modern day. Frag, before I drop this, how familiar are you with the manga-verse canon of Zelda? I'm not very familiar with it, but I'm very open to it. I have the first book of Ocarina of Time. Specifically the extra scene at the end of the Majora's Mask manga. Is that the one where we learn about... I don't want to, like, spoil stuff. For lack of better word, is that about the dragon? Yes, okay. Yeah, I do know that part. Vaguely. I'd have to go back and, like, kind of remember what it is about, but I do remember that part and, like, deep diving it at one point. Victim 1 found. Q, do you have a character or persona? See, I would say, oh no, Q's already gone to bed, but I know Q. I heard my name. Yep, see? Doggo interrupt us. I'm gonna have to start using that. Paint a little closer along these lines, because I really don't like how pixely these edges got for whatever reason. The hype train has ended. We reached level 1 with 0%. Thanks, Twitch. That feels like a very appropriate thing for Twitch to do while I'm working on Smoon. Because that feels like something Smoon would do. Like, he's just told that this is something he has to say. It's another fucking birthday thing. He does not give a damn. He doesn't want to be here. He was due to be on break like 15 minutes ago. That was the strangest hype train ever. It really was. I knew this was a twerp song the second that I heard that first little trumpet bit. Or whatever that instrument is, a synthesizer. I would love to go see twerp in concert again. But that would also require going to a concert. And I don't know how much I'm willing to do that in my 30s now.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Let's see what a difference we have right now. Okay, yeah, we'll save it. Thank you, Ren. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. I watched the Speed Racer movie for the first time ever. I hear that that's quite a nostalgic movie for some people. It was definitely an adventure. Remember when we watched Spy Kids? I've never seen another movie be able to capture the energy of Spy Kids quite like this one was able to do. It was truly amazing. The fucking eagle scream. Or hawk scream. Why is that so muddy? Hmm. Stop being muddy. You're not real paint. This definitely looks better. I hope that translates on the model again. It looks fine. But it could be better. Okay, no, you'll spray me for that. No, it's fine. It's, I'm just trying to get my brush to cooperate. Because it's doing stuff it doesn't normally do. It's like pulling pigment from areas that I didn't want it to. But I think we're good. I think this is probably as clean as we're going to get that. So we can check. I sure removed a lot, though. All right, save. And just so we can check, I'm going to save it over the PNG version of this. And we're going to go back to Blender. And we're going to go look at that arm. Specifically, look at the underside. Because I know that's where our seam is. It's a good angle. Okay, yes, I can see exactly where our seam is. We're going to reload the image. Okay. Oh, that's so much smoother. We got a little spot here that we can blend out in Blender. I don't think I'm gonna bother to do anymore. I could, but I'm not gonna.
Bubble, you can't say that.
What do you mean I can't say that? I'm doing the healthy thing and making myself not spend the whole night on one spot. Good night, Q. We'll try not to wake you again. Actually, how much longer do we have for stream tonight? Got about 10 minutes before our next ads play, so it looks like we'll have about, what, an hour left? Actually, I didn't check how much we did for the rest of the week. There'd be no harm in going over, but I just want to make sure that we're reaching the bare minimum. Okay, so Monday. Huh? Muted audio? Did we get a copyright strike? Oh my god. The boss fight music on Bam Bam 3. The stupid Linkin Park sounding music from Monday's stream when we were fighting the chameleon creature, that got taken down. Oh, that's a shame. That's okay, that's the only audio that we missed. Alright, let's see. These two emotes rule. They definitely encompass quite the feeling. I used them more than I expected to. Yeah, so far, the two things that have gotten my channel flagged, and it's not really flagged. What happens is they have sensors that go through and check your VODs, and they look for any kind of stuff like that is copywritten that should not be being broadcast or archived in this sense on their platform, that they don't have the rights to use. So, because of that, it flags that section and will automatically mute it if it manages to find anything that is a copywritten audio. So that whole boss fight section of Monday's recording is mute, unfortunately. You lose our commentary for it. But I don't actually get in trouble or anything unless the people who created Ban Ban specifically come looking for this, find my VOD, and decide to do a, what is it, a DMCA takedown on it, which they probably aren't gonna do. The only other thing that's ever had that happen on my stream so far has been Pressure from Roblox. There's like one of the soundtrack songs that it did not like. Lore dump! Okay, I can read through this. I can do this. Basic sketch of voice. Oh, are you okay with me reading this on stream? If not, totally fine. Do not feel pressured whatsoever. If you want to, it's fine. It's just a lot. Well, of course I want to. Alright, basic sketch of Void Zelda AU. I lied, this is not gonna be basic. I'm so sorry, there's so much to explain. Way back before the eternal conflict between Demise and Hylia, before the beginning of Skyward Sword, before time as a concept existed, entities that would eventually become spirits and demons walked the land. I already like this. I'm in love with this. The Triforce Goddesses and Hylia, along with the others, this is an Okami/Zelda crossover. I love that. I didn't think about that before, but they would mash very well. Lived in a village at the peak of a set of mountains at the end of the world. Two sibling spirits wandered the land acting as impartial arbiters of justice, one named Judgment and the other named Executioner. Somewhere in the wanderings, Executioner consumed someone or something that had become cursed and became corrupted himself. He began slowly tricking Judgment into falsely sentencing many people, spirits, mortals both, to die. Justice eventually caught on, managed to turn his brother aside briefly and rescue the elderly and children of the latest village to catch Executioner's eye. Executioner was not pleased, attempted to harm Judgment, and managed to critically wound him. Despite this, Judgment managed to get the villagers he had rescued to the steps leading up to the village of the gods. Fuck! TLDR, because Void is not typing this out. Demise is named Demise because of the god of justice, aka the furious deity, aka his former brother, named him that, which he would meet when next managed to catch him. Demise proceeded to seal FD away. Hold on, I've lost track of it. What is FD? Furious deity. Okay, hold on. Let me reread that. All right, Demise is named Demise because of the god of justice, aka furious deity, his former brother. Okay, Demise proceeded to seal furious deity away and make use of the concept that if something's name is forgotten, that thing dies. I love that! I really wish that Zelda would actually use that. Like the power of names among the Fae and things like that. Fucking, it's perfect for Zelda. He tried to snuff out all trace of the fierce deity, except fierce deity trained Hylia, Amaritsu, and the twin gods of the Gerudo Mother Sun and Father Moon. Fierce deity spent time among mortals and had a child named Aiden. Aiden is the grandfather of Ocarina of Time Link, who is the father of Twilight Princess Link. Ocarina of Time Link broke his soul to send his son forward in time. Twilight Princess Link's Hyrule is in a civil war. Twilight Princess Link is Breath of the Wild Link's dad. Breath of the Wild is time displaced because of war. I love that. That is so fucking cool, Void. See, that's the kind of stuff that I really, really like to see in Zelda AUs, is when people actually go through and connect different parts of different games and have all of the gods and the deities involved in everything, because that's the shit that makes Zelda so cool! It's so much more than just Link, Zelda, Ganon fight. Makes me think of Coco. Yeah, that's actually a very good example. I didn't even think to connect those two, but yeah. It's so fucking convoluted is what it is. Only to people who aren't familiar at all with any of that deep Zelda lore bullcrap. That's really awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. Oh yeah, I forgot I was trying to find the our time frame. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, we did an extra hour yesterday. So we are on track. And that means... What are we at now? We're about to reach the 5-hour mark? Yes, okay. So our ads are going to play in about 2 minutes, and that will mark the final hour of our stream. At least the final usual hour. That's only the background? That's okay. now I have enough to learn more. I'm a bigger fan of the Ganon minions most of the time. I love my mini blins. I love all of the creatures of Zelda. It is absolutely unfair how much personality every single one of them ends up getting. I wish that we would touch back on the Wizrobes being birds. They changed that when Breath of the Wild came along, and I actually really like what they went with these, like, goblin-y looking guys. But I liked the toucan Wizrobes and their weird boing, 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 boing sounds that they made. Also, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed twink named Link thing is a glamour demise put on the descendants of Fierce Deity, because that is technically Demise's original face. Oh, shit. That's really cool. That works out really well with the idea of the Majora's Mask stuff, too. I'm so sad that Majora's Mask is kind of isolated to itself. They should make another mask-based Zelda game. It doesn't have to be a sequel to Majora's Mask, but I would like to continue that, like, magic form. Toucan Sam Sorcerers. It's a curse meant to pick at Fierce Deity whenever he manages to glance into the world. He always sees his accursed brother looking back at him. Oh, that's cool. Man, that's starting to breach into some Owl House territory too. I like that. Wind Waker hits the design so good on everything. It really does. They were not afraid to use shape language in Wind Waker. All right, this one's good, so we can go ahead and grab this guy again. What we're gonna do... Oh, I don't have to have the selection tool that big. There we go. We're gonna pull this one out, copy it, and we're gonna bring it back over to our other arm, which this would not be a necessary step if you were doing this in Substance Painter or doing this in Blender correctly. But as you all have learned with me, I never do anything correctly because correct is not in my vocabulary. There is merely different ways to do things. And I think we actually want to, yeah, we want to flip that. Oh. Ah. Gotta rotate it a little bit. Rotate. I'm sorry I do that every single time I say rotate. I'm gonna have to make that a redeem so that every time I say it, you guys can just spam rotate. Give me a second. I've got hero forges of the actual shapes of some of the heroes. Ooh. One of my friends is actually salty that I love it so much. He loves Twilight. There's a huge war between Twilight Princess fans and Wind Waker fans. And it's so dumb. And the only reason it's like that is because Twilight Princess fans were really, really hyped when Wind Waker was teased. Because when the GameCube was announced, they gave us a trailer for a Zelda game that never existed. Never, ever, ever existed. There was no plan on actually making it. It was just a concept. And this trailer made people lose their minds. So then they got like really panicky because they were like, oh no, we're working on a big name Zelda game, but it's not that thing. That was just an idea. The game that we're making is very different from that. Shit. So then they released Wind Waker, and everyone was pissed. Because they had their minds set on this like really cool, edgy, gritty Zelda game. And then after Wind Waker, they were like, okay, everyone really, really wanted the dark game. They wanted the edgy Zelda. We gotta make an edgy Zelda. And then they came out with Twilight Princess. And Twilight Princess was all edge. There was virtually no... literally the polar opposite of Wind Waker, where everything was round and colorful and bright and noisy and awesome. Just like tism everywhere. This one was just like monochrome, hyper-realism, very serious, very dark, everything bad in the world, very tragic, very heavy on the heart. And so, like, all of us who were hyped over Wind Waker were like, yeah, new Zelda, oh, great, we're so excited. And then it was that, and we were like, oh no. And then all the other people who were hyped over the gritty one and didn't like Wind Waker were like, yeah! And so it's just kind of been a war ever since. So a theory somewhere that Ocarina of Time's mom was Gerudo, and I'm fucking on that shit. Yeah. Is that the trailer where you just see Ganondorf and Link fighting? I saw that, had a friend explain it to me. I think so. It's been a really long time since I've seen the actual trailer that was released. Oh, let me take a look at these real quick, Void. I love Hero Forge models. I gotta play around on there more. Oh no, they want me to use hardware acceleration. That's okay, I can still see them. If they load. Ooh. I like the eyes. How they have opposite eyes of each other. The two heroes. Or the first two. Oh my god, I just realized the color scheme and that helmet are very, like Wolf Link-esque. Oh, he's so cute as a baby! He's so small! If you're curious about what I'm looking at, by the way, Void has been considerate enough to post all of these things in our Discord server in the Show and Tell tab, which is where we always do our exchanges of, hey, look at this thing while I'm live. Oh. The Twilight Princess version. I really like that, how it's got like almost an Arctic winter motif to it. Oh, I just noticed the tail. The Breath of the Wild one is like the most Link looking one. And I mean that in the sense of like, I like that he's kind of baby compared to the others. Like, he looks like he's about to start his journey. He's a little prepared, but he hasn't quite reached that full-fledged hero point yet. Not like the first two. The first two look like they've had their big journey already. These are the guys that you learn from. This is cool stuff, Void. Thank you so much for sharing it. Fun fact, I did not intend the mirroring between Camden and Kronos. That's really cool then that it turned out that way. Had a Hero Forge mini made and painted of their kobold. That was before I found the brand of my mini factory that made Pathfinder kobold minis. They have someone on Etsy that prints out their minis for like $5 to $10. That's cool. I have heard of my mini factory, but I didn't know that they were doing the Pathfinder ones. It's nice to have that option. It's insane how detailed Hero Forge has gotten over the years. Yeah, it really is. Okay, hold on. Let me, real quick, make sure that I aligned this properly. It looks like we did. Yeah, we're good. So, because we mirrored that the way that we did, it should be mirrored over on our actual texture. We'll save it again and reload to find out for sure. So this one's a hot mess because apparently if you don't hide the pieces on both sides, Blender will just project whatever you're painting onto whatever mesh is in the way at the time. So we really get to see the difference here. Shing! Sparkle, sparkle. Also made those like a year ago. It's gotten even better since then. It sure has. They add so much every year. My mini factory isn't a single thing. It's several artists hosted on there. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save. We actually just did that to get the texture back over here on Blender. And I'm trying to figure out what happened to our bells. Is that on this texture? It is. We need to fix that real quick. We can just copy the bells off of the previous one. There's a cute surprise in show and tell. Aw! Little baby. He's getting chunky. Look at that belly full of soup. Let me pull up an older version so we can go ahead and resuscitate those bells. Hard part's going to be finding one that's usable. Let's try Moon. Yeah, Moon's got the bells. At least he should, anyway. Hold on just a moment. I'm going to go to the away screen real quick. I have a quick conversation with my mom. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. She's got something going on tomorrow and wanted to know if I was available. Hold on. She's coming back. Never mind. She's looking for her phone. Yeah, there's something going on over the weekend that we may or may not be going to, and she just wanted to make sure whether or not I was free. So we were chatting about that for a little bit. Let me catch up with what you guys were saying here. Welcome, Fubar! Watching someone slap 2 Lada engine blocks together to make a V8. That's a lot of car talk that I'm not totally clear on, but I know that that has... I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. Posted the link under the cat photo. Let's go back and see. Oh, okay. We were talking about Zelda, and when you said you posted the link, I'm thinking like Link from Zelda. My bad. Breath of the Wild has Babyface because he summons Twilight Princess Link in wolf form, which is true. That's right. That's something that can happen in game. Twilight Princess Link helps him through his journey. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Someone's literally cutting up 2 engine blocks to make a V8. It's a bit crazy. They are Russian, so they don't follow logic. No, in Russia, logic follows you. What? Why did I open this? What is this folder? That's not what we wanted. This is what we wanted. Got so many different versions of these files. This is why it's important to keep track of stuff like this. Which I have not done. Don't be like me. Hello, Miss Monk. Thank you for coming to visit me. Well, good head shake. Got them floppy ears. She's gifting us with many snorts. So it looks like the only thing that was there was overspill, so that gets rid of that. And hopefully that's the only part. I was looking into learning Russian at some point. Ooh! First I'm going to be learning Cajun French. I wonder how hard it is to learn Russian compared to other languages. Okay, we need to cut this out. We don't want that. What else? Gotta have more overspill somewhere. Ah. Good. Let's save that again. Go check our blend folder. Dad unknowingly helps son deal with bullshit of generational curse. More at 11. Learning Russian is actually easier than French? Huh. I wonder if there's like a ladder of different languages that lead more easily into each other. Like if you're an English speaker by default, and then you learn the brain short-circuited trying to think of a language. You're English first, and then you learn French. So we learned earlier from Sparky that if you learn French, it's easier to learn German Italian, and Spanish. English speakers can learn German easier. Okay. We need to come up with the official pipeline. Not German? We've got conflicting opinions from the audience. Also, who are these lonely eggs? Let's get you guys up here with the rest. Popple's been stuck for a while. Just watching him do a little jig. German is not Latin-based. French doesn't help with it. Knowing English makes learning German easier. For this one, I'm going to actually flip our canvas completely upside down. The reason for that is because I know this is an upside down UV. This is the top, and this is the bottom, so I know which direction my lighting is going. English stole a lot from German. Pretty sure it was originally a Germanic language. It was the Anglo-Saxons. Man, that stuff's so cool. And I lied. We're not going to do this completely upside down. We're going to flip it a little more this direction because I draw at an angle. I found the fic. It's sitting at 20,000 words, and there's no way it's even half done. That's beautiful. As it should be. Anglo-Saxon is where we get the word England. Ah. My stomach just growled very loud. I still have... Oh my god, I've got 2 great choices for dinner tonight. I've got the other half of my tuna sub. And I've got some leftover hash brown casserole that Mom had made. Both sound fucking delicious right now. Basically landed the Angles, aka England, later morphing into England. I see. It's funny how different words like that come into being. Trying to think of any funny words that I know with a fun origin like that, but nothing's coming to mind right off the top of my head, and that's probably due to being so hungry. I'm really hoping that we can get this part as close to done as possible, though. Otherwise, I would stop and grab a snacky, like I said early, and didn't do. We've only got about half an hour left of the stream, so... Even English is... Oh, even English still adopted later. German words due to integration such as kindergarten. That's true. If I did ever take the time to learn another language, I feel like the one that would benefit me the most would be Latin. Just for what I do, like, I like to know the roots of other things in terms of character design. And having a good Latin root word can really be the best part of coming up with a cool name for a character or a world or a location or anything like that. That, and I just feel like it would help you understand so much. Kinder equals child and Garten equals garden. So it's a children garden. That's where the Cabbage Patch Kids come from. That joke would have been funny had I not tripped up on it. Does anybody else find Cabbage Patch Kids scary? I do not like the look of them. I think they're terrifying. Like, I'm not really scared of dolls, but I do not like the way they look. Not to mention the fact that there was a series of them for a while there that had to be taken off of the shelves because they were literally eating the children's hair. The dolls were eating human children's hair, I should clarify. It had, like, some kind of motor in it that would eat. That was, like, the gimmick. And kids were getting their hair pulled into its mouth, and it would just rip their hair out. Fucking horrifying. Always feared them. Apparently they were made off of a stolen concept, too. I remember watching, like, some kind of documentary or something. It wasn't that long ago. Was it Izzy's? I might have been watching Izzy's. I think she was the one who made that. But I know I've seen other parts of the Cabbage Patch lore and their history in this world covered by other things. It's like the show on Netflix, The Toys That Made Us. That's a really good series if you've never watched it. It's like a historical covering of how different franchises came to be, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Transformers, Barbie. All those things. And the history behind how they developed and how they got popularized and what was successful, what wasn't. Weird history about it. Lego was a fun one. There was an episode on that. The history behind Barbie is amazing. Mattel is one of the most cutthroat, brutal companies I have ever had the displeasure of hearing about. Holy shit. Like, Mattel is the kind of company that if they could make you disappear, they would. Mattel's out here running the fucking toy mafia. I actually did a pretty good job at cleaning this one up before we brought it over here. Yay me. Thanks, Past Frag. He also made toy M16s in the 60s? Yeah. Actually, I've got some old, not just comic books, but also, like, just kids' books. They're like kids' science magazines and shit from one of my grandparents after they had passed. And there's a lot of ads in there that are very astounding. Like, if you need a refresher on just how bad misogyny was, and toxic masculinity, and just the ignorance of humanity as a whole, looking through those magazines is a treat. There's like an ad for guns on every other page. And all the gun ads are like, hey kid, do you suck? I bet you want to be cool like your dad. You know what makes your dad cool? Guns. I bet your dad has guns, and you could be cool just like your dad if you have a gun too. And we've got just the gun for you. In fact, this is a gun that'll make your dad jealous. There's like this weird stressing of like, impress your dad, be your dad. Like, it's all about like men. The man in your life is the most important thing. And you should want to be just like him. And the thing that makes him good, that makes him likable, that makes him something you want to be, guns. Actually, I remember one of the ads that was in there. I don't remember what it was advertising, but it was talking about a future, like the ideal future. And this is like back in the 60s. And it's showing these examples of like, we have cities now that have like built-in special defenses for the war, because that was a big topic. And this is their idea of utopia. This was supposed to be like, best case scenario, there is no war, but not in their utopia. In their utopia, there is definitely still war. It's just that it's someone else's now. And if it happens to become our war, we're prepared for it. Maybe not the future I would necessarily be hopeful for, but hey, they needed something. Joke's on them, I was raised by women. I mean, I like guns just because I like guns, and hey, that's fine. You like what you like, and there's nothing wrong with that. There is something wrong with trying to advertise guns to literal children, though, by telling them they're not man enough. I want mom guns. In the grim darkness of the future, there is only war. But not our future. In our future, we have giant buckets of lava that sit on the outskirts of our skyscraper buildings so that if anyone tries to attack us, we can just melt their faces off. That is not an exaggeration. That was definitely one of the things that was listed as their precautionary measures for our perfect utopia future. Lava buckets. There was also something about like how they would pump all of the toxic gases away from the buildings. Instead of this perfect future having buildings that didn't constantly let out a stream of toxic gases. No, we just have a perfect solution where we pump those toxic gases out to neighboring cities that we don't like. And yes, that was their example of why it's a good thing. America. You know it's bad when you can't even conceive a future in which war doesn't exist because your future involves you being enough of a dick to your neighbor that there's no way there wouldn't be war. Let's blend out this edge a little more. Introducing mom guns, the only firearms designed with motherly precision. You better believe I'm not missing dinner or my target. Oh, that's so good, Kevin. One of my favorite artists who actually does a lot of the official artwork for Poppy Playtime is Amber Loves Bugs. And when you said mom guns, it made me think of a piece of fan art that they had made of Mommy Longlegs from Poppy Playtime. Just holding a fucking huge gun. Hold on, let me see if I can find it, because I know I saw it again earlier today. Yeah, yeah. I can actually show you guys on stream, since I have Psy open right now. Meet Nancy. I love Amber Loves Bugs. No one has done a better job at specifically Mommy Longlegs fan art than Amber Loves Bugs. All right, I'm actually going to go in with our blur tool and just get some of these lines that I haven't been able to get blurred out a little smoother. I believe in women's rights, women's strongs, and women's rights. Oh, women's rights, women's wrongs, and women's rights to stay armed. I guess that's pretty good. I can always tell when we're getting close to the end of stream because Bronx starts to get extra in my face about how urgent she has to go out. Which she doesn't. In fact, she just heard me say the word and has come trotting back over to me happily. It's not urgent, though. I know you. You're just wanting to go outside and chase rabbits. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that word perked up your ears. She gave a big huff and flopped back down like I'm inconveniencing her. She has got so much attitude for someone who can't pay rent. Whoops. Don't be making messes over there. Hold on. Bronx. She's getting revenge on me. But they do pay rent in adorableness and cuddles. That doesn't make up for the $1,000 tummy ache she was diagnosed with this week. Plan on starting to learn languages and collect more books? Hell yeah! That's a good goal to have. Although Russian cursive is cursed? Oh. I don't know if I've ever even seen Russian cursive. Big stretch. Thank you, cat. It was well needed. We're in our final stretch here. Our last 20 minutes of stream. Trying to wrap up our ribbons as best we can. This has been a very good lesson for me to know that I never, ever, ever want to do this again. The worst part about making an avatar. All right, that looks pretty good. Last one we have to do is our legs. We probably have just enough time to get that done. Let's go ahead and save this again. Do a quick blip back and forth between the original and the cleaned up version, which is good. I don't see any real big noticeable issues. Now, one thing I do notice right away on our leg is that there's not as much of the crisp dark lines. And I don't know if that's necessary to preserve or not. I'm gonna be honest, this one kind of scares me a little bit. Just look it up and immediately see why it's cursed. Oh crap, well now I need to look it up. What the fuck? I can't, there's no way. No, I give up. I already give up. I'm not even gonna try with that. That is the most unforgiving form of cursive I've ever seen. All right, let's blend this out. Whoa, what happened there? See, one thing I've learned in being neurospicy is that there are always going to be things in life that very heavily remind me of the fact that I certainly would not have survived long in the natural world order.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rin. Russian cursive is definitely a good reminder of that. Got diagnosed with the ADHD. Same. Fun fact, most of these disorders would have natural advantages in prehistoric era. Oh, absolutely! See, that's the fascinating thing about it. That's why no one can convince me that we haven't had these things around for ages. We've just had a really shit time at trying to adapt them into modern, quote-unquote, modern society. Because this is never how any creature was ever meant to live. Like, the amount of stress that humans are currently under, no animal was ever meant to be under this much. It's not healthy. It's not something that we can adapt to quickly enough. We're gonna have to do something about it or face the consequences, and it's leaning a lot more towards the latter lately. But we can't think about that, or else we aren't gonna get any sleep at night. Being constantly distractible, like insomniacs being able to be up for long periods of time. Yeah! Natural pattern recognition kind of goes into overdrive. All you need is one neurospicy person whose hyperfocus is berries because they taste good, and bada bing, bada boom. Now nobody in the village has to worry about food poisoning. This guy's got your back. That's our berry guy. That's what he does. Berries. Also, I'm pretty sure most of the historical people of note had tism. Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. That's why I've definitely been convinced that it's the majority by far. But the problem is we are trying to pretend that it's not, and we keep acting like it's not, and we keep trying to demonize it like the people demonizing it don't have it too. Like, who are you kidding, my guy? Back in my day, we didn't have all this autism and everything like that. Yeah, I'm sure your grandpa, who had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich every single day of his life for lunch and never deviated from that schedule, totally was normal. Had nothing weird going on in his brain. We didn't have autism when I was younger. Grandpa, you're obsessed with trains. Perfect example. That's why I'm firmly along the lines of people get built different. We don't have to figure it out. We just have to respect it. Would it be nice to figure it out so that we can have more insight on how to help with it? Sure, absolutely. But that should kind of be up to the individual and whether or not this whole situation that they're in even has any negative side effects. They might just be really good as is. I forgot I wrote a scene that fucking wrecks me. I can hear my readers screaming and wailing already. Yes! Feast upon their fictional tears. I'm built different. I'm built stupid. See, I like to think of it as like, we're all just computers. And we all have a certain amount of RAM. All of my RAM got used on predominantly Pokemon in my youth. And now it's all getting used on Blender. And probably weird bug facts. Do you guys want a snippet and a spoiler tag? Absolutely! I should make a channel for that. Although, I don't like separating writing from art. I feel like it gets stigmatized a lot because of that. Because writing is still absolutely art, and should be treated as such. I feel like it doesn't get as much respect as drawings and other forms of art. But if you would like to, Void, you're more than welcome to put that in the Our Art channel, because I fully feel like any kind of writing, be it fanfic or otherwise, should... Wah! Hi, Katie! You get the point, though. Oh, bye!
おいおい僕の CD が欲
It's
しいって
time!
ほら受け取りなプレゼントするのはパルコ・ポルゴルさ
We have 5 minutes left of stream and we managed to get a second Parco Fulgore? This truly is the best way to have ended it. Chi-chi-chi-chi-wop-bye! Boing boing! Chi-chi-chi-chi-wop-bye! Boing boing!
Hey, come on!
Moge! Moge moge moge! Chi-chi-wo-moge! Moge! Thank you so much, Satani! Oh my god, all those emotes. All my RAM is used up by the Sticky Notes app. My memory is not, or my memory gets not so good. See, I use the Notes app, and then I promptly forget that I used the Notes app. It's like taking a screenshot of something because you know you'll go back and look at it later. Plot twist, you never do. Squeezy, squeezy. I'm a Vic 20 with the lack of ramming abilities. I don't think I'm gonna be too fussy about this one. It's on the ankles, it's a very small area. And to be perfectly honest, I'm just kind of tired of putzing with it, so however this piece looks when it's done is just how it's gonna look. I'm okay with that. And anyone who's not okay with it is more than welcome to change it themselves. Or buy a different avatar. Lord knows, there's enough out there. There's every kind of sun and moon that you can possibly imagine. If you aren't happy with this one, be my guest. Go search the billions of others because, oh my god. I know some creators who have already pumped out, like, easily into the 30s and 40s of different versions of sun and moon. I don't know why. People just really love their smoons. Vic 20 had 28,156 bytes of RAM. Something tells me, Fubar, that you have the smartism. And I am envious of that. Mine likes to pretend it's a smartism, but it usually just kind of does a good job at faking it. It's like, oh hey, here's a fun fact that may or may not be right. I have approximate knowledge of many things. I am no smart, I just hoard knowledge. What's the difference? Hand-drawn textures here, 100% quality. I'll take your word for that one. As my therapist likes to do with me, I will let you hold that information for now, until I am capable of receiving it on my end. I'm sure tomorrow I'll be fine with it, though. It's one of those things where, like, as an artist, you've just been staring at it for too long, so now it all just looks like TV static. No joke. Looking at this, that's exactly what I'm seeing. It all blurs together, and I'm sitting here like the Popple dissociate meme. Oh shit, I've been doing this with a brush texture this whole time. Well, that doesn't help, but... Commit! Smart as being able to do something with knowledge. I can barely use the knowledge I've got. Hey, I don't agree with that at all. I think just... Smart is too much of a... variable. It can be used too many different ways to say that you are or are not smart. But the ability to retain information is just as much of a skill as the ability to utilize it once you have it. And there's a lot of people out there who can't retain information, but can use it. Everything has its values. Even the ads, which are about to play any moment. And afterwards, I guess we're going to have to find somebody to raid out to, and I have an idea of who we might be visiting soon. Let me try and get this finished up, though, before we do. We'll run a little extra just so I can get this part done. I don't want to stop here and still have to do more. There they go. I was called smart growing up, and I feel... Oh, and all I feel is burned out. Oh. Now, I relate to that a little too hard myself. But that's why I feel like it's important to acknowledge. Unfortunately, a lot of people who have any kind of neurodivergency were kind of treated like the gifted kid. And now that we're all burned out gifted kids, it's no wonder. Snippet in the art chat? Let's take a look. Oh. Oh no. Oh, I want to read that. I want to read that so bad. But we're supposed to be ending stream soon. Okay, hold on. Let me finish this part of our texture. So I know I'm going to get that out of the way. I might have to read that post stream though, Void. I am so sorry. It's just kind of because we're at the end here and I'm very hungry. But I also want to get this done. Don't want to look at it anymore. We're so close. Am I rushing? Maybe. Does that matter? Only if it shows. Which, so far, it doesn't. It'll become one of our catchphrases here on stream. No one has to know. This stays between me and stream. Dishes spray bottle. Frag, you're picking at it again. No, I'm not! I'm finishing it! This is a totally different piece! I swear! Wade's over here giving me the stink eye. Okay. Okay. We're so close. We're almost there. Just have a little bit in between here that we have to blend. And then we have a little bit of a streak we have to put over here. It's too big still. And then we blur out this part.
Bubble, you can't say that.
You know, thinking back about that clip, it's really funny that Bubble gets chastised for whatever they say, only for later on Bubble to just regularly be swearing now. Why do you swear now? Ah! Wait! Wait! No! This will not stop me! I cannot be stopped! The frag persists. Despite the hungry belly, despite the onslaught of balls. I think we're good. I think that does it for that piece. At least that does it as much as I'm willing to do it for the night. We're gonna have to clean up these inner edges at some... Weh! Oh, wait, hold on, I'm sorry. Ah! Wee! I missed what you said up here, Kevin. Let me read that. When I was a kid, I was constantly yelled at to learn more and be smarter. Now, whenever I write to my whenever I write to my family and say anything at all, they claim that I'm writing so well that it just makes them feel stupid! Instead of confronting me directly, they take it out on my sister and yell at her instead. Oh, that's so bogus, man! The term smart always messes with me now. That's why we gotta relearn it. We gotta rebrand smart. Smart was not a good word for us growing up, but we're gonna change the meaning of it. That's how language works. Big hug to both of you. Bother the raptor into going and taking care of themselves. All right, all right. Now I'm done. We're gonna grab this piece and we're gonna go ahead and mirror it over onto the other leg and put it on our model, and that is the end of our progress for the night. So let's scooch it on over here. Give it a little flipsy-daisy. Make sure it's lined up well. Off by about a pixel. There we go. All right, so that does it for our ribbon texture. Hopefully, we will go and take a look at it on the model, and even if it isn't good, it doesn't matter anymore. That should be it. Let's save both our PNG. Fred got trampled. Oh my god, Popple's third eye is creeping me out. I don't like that that one's looking at me. Okay. Go back over to Blender. Oh, we do have some spill over. Oh, did we not reload it before when we fixed that? I don't think we did. Okay, well, that'll fix itself automatically here. Not worried about the midsection. I am a little worried about these, so we're going to go ahead and refresh. It's going to look weird. Probably won't show much to you guys, but I've got a higher resolution monitor in front of me. I can see it more clearly. That did very little. but I'm not disappointed. Not in love with that spot, but I don't think it's important enough to go back and fix. Let's unhide his tutus. And I would say we're good. No longer going to be touching these ribbons. Good progress for the day. I'm proud of that. Save everything. Alrighty. Oh wow, a lot of people are live tonight. Okay, I have a mission for all of us. Because I just noticed that Rosie is playing Peak right now, and I'm not there! She looks like she's playing Peak with Husky and Sassy and your favorite Shufflebot. Shufflebot's the one that we raided out to last night. So we're gonna go harass Rosie. I need you guys to do me the favor of bombarding her with aggressive love and disappointment that Frag is not there playing with them. All joking, of course. I'm excited to watch her play. But yes, let's go ahead and get our raid up and running. And we'll get our raid message set out here. Oh. My text is garbled. So there is our raid message. Wait a minute, no. I like Zatani's more. Well, let's use Zatani's. But that wraps it up for this week's stream. We may or may not be doing something over the weekend. I'm not sure. We're still trying to coordinate getting Deltarune up and running. And that's been a bit of an issue because of Rosie being out of her usual home. She's still staying with Craven and is actually planning on moving in with him, so that'll be fun, but also may cause some delays. We aren't sure. We're just kind of playing it by ear by now. Next week is our regular scheduled 2D Tuesday. I don't know what we're going to be working on just now, but we are going to be starting our spooky games on Wednesday, so be sure to stick around for that. And 3D Thursday is probably going to be a little bit more of this. But other than that, that should cover all of our bases. We are going to raid out real soon, so I love you all so much. Thank you so much for hanging out with me this week. I had a blast, and I hope you did too. Have a great weekend, everyone. Goodbye.